Hello everyone, and welcome back to AneurynPlays. I'm as always Aneurin, and today we're going to be going through the finale of Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. This has been a journey that I've been really enjoying over the past few weeks. What started off as a little bit of a self-indulgent birthday week has kind of dragged on a little bit. Not gonna lie, I recognize that it's dragged on a little bit. Thank you to everyone for entertaining my selfishness. But it's a journey that I have really enjoyed. We've been learning so much about the history of Atari through this interactive documentary, through playing those games and listening to the interviews with folks who worked there, people who were a part of that industry and part of that culture back when gaming was born. Like, part of me wanted to say when gaming was in its infancy, but no, not when it was in its infancy, when video games were born. Such an amazing time that we can look back at and see how this thing that we love has come to being. And we are finally reaching the end of that story with Atari 50. In this episode, we're going to be looking at the 90s and beyond. Looking at the Atari Jaguar, looking at the Atari Lynx. The Lynx is a system I always wanted. I never really cared too much about the Jaguar, but the Lynx was always a system that I was really interested in. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that. Before we get into Atari 50, however, I do want to welcome everyone here today. Big hello and welcome back to Fructose, who has finally made it home. How you doing, man? And of course, a big thank you to Kiko, who is our moderator for this eve. And, yeah, how are you guys doing? What have you been up to? What games have you been playing since last we spoke? For me, I've been, since Monday, this is kind of telling of my personal experience in Monster Hunter, is that when I was playing Sword and Shield, for anyone who wasn't here for Monday, in Monday's stream I switched from using Sword and Shield and went back to Longsword, because that's just me, I'm a Longsword guy. When I was using Sword and Shield, I was always looking forward to Monday, because that's when I was playing Monster Hunter. And that sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? It's like, oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing Monster Hunter on Monday. Since going back to Longsword, I have played Monster Hunter every single day. I played on Monday on stream, where I finally decided, you know what, I'm going back to Longsword. I played it yesterday before I streamed. I played it yesterday, well, I guess technically today, after I streamed. And today, I've been playing it, like, I got up pretty early today, had to see another plumber. And, I've basically been playing Monster Hunter all day. That's telling, isn't it? That's really telling of the kind of the kind of game that Monster Hunter is. You know? There's so much variation, there's so much change, and there's so much distance between all of the different weapon classes that you can use in the game, that it can go from when I first started and I was trying to play the bow, and thinking to myself, okay, I guess I'm playing Monster Hunter today. To playing Sword and Shield and being like, oh yeah, I get to play Monster Hunter today. To going back to Longsword and being like, screw that, I'm playing it today. I'm playing it every day. I don't care. I don't care if it's Monday. Once you get that thing that, you know, is so, just fits you, Monster Hunter becomes almost like part of your lifestyle. And that's why I always say, if someone is interested in playing Monster Hunter and you've given it a shot, don't give up on it straight away. Don't give up on it straight away, because you might have played with Greatsword and you're like, I don't know how this works. I just keep getting batted around and I haven't been able to kill a single monster. I get you. If you got that hammer and you're like, okay, I don't really understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. I keep hitting the thing, but I'm just doing these little nudging attacks. Don't stick with it. Or you got the light bow gun and you're like, oh, this reminds me of Fortnite. And it kind of does. Honestly, light bow gun is basically for people who like Fortnite. But stick with it, because even if it doesn't work for you right now, you might find a weapon that does. Something that just... and it'll all fit into place. And you'll just be like, no, I get this. It works. It just works. And then rather than fighting against the game, you start to level up. Not your character. Your character doesn't level up in Monster Hunter. You start to level up. And that's such a good feeling. You're like, no, I'm starting to learn. I really get it now. It's such a good feeling. It really makes you feel like you are achieving something. A playstyle for every gamer? Absolutely. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Everyone will find something that they enjoy. Pretty sure. I think I'll get back into Monster Hunter regularly in the new year. Right now, I'm too consumed at work before Christmas. Yeah, that's entirely understandable. I know that's the situation for a lot of people. I think a lot of things came at, like, the wrong time, you know? I started playing Monster Hunter on stream again, just as things were getting a bit hectic, where Kiko and Kay work. And Kiko and Kay are two of the people that are, you know, they're my go-to hunters. If I need a hunting party, I know who I'm turning to, you know? It's Kiko, Kay, and Tene. Like, nearly every single time, it's those three. But, you know, a lot of things happen, a lot of things that are outside of our control, and we just kind of have to take that on board and roll with it. Things got really busy for Kay, which means she hasn't been able to play Monster Hunter with us, because Kiko is now working same place. It's been busy for her, so she's been playing with us, but Kiko, like she said, she's not been 100% with it. You know, she plays on Mondays with us, but she hasn't been able to get back into it really seriously as a hunter. And Tene's work, he just got a new job. Well, he got a new job at the beginning of this year, actually. But it kind of threw off his schedule. Everyone was saying how excited they were that we're going to be able to get back to that place where we had a regular hunting day. And then all of it kind of fell apart. All at the same time. people's schedules changed. People's jobs changed. And we just haven't really had a lot of that presence. We haven't had the main hunting party here on a regular basis, you know? And it's been really cool to meet randoms that turn up in the stream. That's been wonderful. I love doing that because meeting new hunters is a good feeling. But it doesn't have that regularity, you know? It doesn't have that, we're a full party of hunters, we're going in. Which is a shame, but I think with the new year coming, that'll change. I think that'll, you know, we'll be going into 2024. That's gonna screw me up. I almost said 2023 there. We're gonna be going into 2024. And this will be the first full year, you know? Like, we started this year in May. But we're going into January. It's like a new beginning. And we're gonna blitz it. You know? That's the way I'm seeing it. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, nah, next year. This year was a little bit rocky from time to time, but next year we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right. So, if you're here and you're listening, do consider subscribing. Because this is just gonna get better. We're gonna be hunting weekly. We're gonna be playing RPGs. We're gonna be playing Legend of Zelda. We're gonna be playing Final Fantasy. We're gonna be playing Xenoblade. We're gonna be playing more Holocure, because when the updates come out for Holocure, I'm gonna be there to play it. Get all the characters. We're gonna be playing lots of games in the year to come. We may even do another Atari week. Right, so now that everyone else has turned off and they're not paying attention to the stream anymore, let's get into Atari 50 today, shall we? Yeah, I do understand. You know, it's one of those things that this is definitely a, what's the word? It's a personal thing, you know. I realize that this is me doing my thing, and I know it's not going to appeal to everyone, but it's something I feel like I have to do. 50th anniversary. There's not many of those that you get in a lifetime, you know? But we're going to be hitting Atari 50 very soon. We're going to be hitting, oh my goodness, it's going to be another 15 or so years before we get the NES 50th anniversary. Goodness, that's just around the corner, isn't it? I feel old. Talking about Atari is one thing, you know, but thinking about the NES, that's not far away. That's not far away at all. That one made me feel old. Yikes. Maybe you feel old because you are? Shut up, Fructose! Young whippersnapper. But yeah. 50 years of Atari. What a legacy. Created an industry and practically destroyed it at the same time, you know? There's not many companies out there that can say that. If you think about it, like there really aren't many companies out there that can say that they were so instrumental, so pivotal in the creation and the maintenance of an industry that when they collapsed, the industry collapsed with them. Because that's really what you need to, you know, take into consideration. It wasn't so much that the video game industry crashed. Atari crashed. It was Atari that crashed. Nintendo was still making games. Sega was still making games. It was Atari that went down. Even in television was still making games. But even 50 years, you know? 35 years, 38 years. After the fall of an industry. They're still here. They're still holding on. And they're still releasing the Atari 2600. I mean, I'm grateful, but guys, get a new trick, please. That said, they did try to get a new trick and it didn't work, did it? So yeah. If you want to feel old, I just answered a short quiz list on Twitter. Give yourself a point for everything you haven't done. I got no point. Yeah, that's an oof. That's an oof. Okay. Don't worry, old age isn't so bad. It means you've experienced much. It's that song that Fox and I quote to each other every now and again when we're feeling like ancient people. Wouldn't change a thing. Or, it's the lines in it. It's like, I sang, it's from Bowling for Soup, and you might know Bowling for Soup from their earlier work in like the 2000s, and there's a line in the song Wouldn't Change a Thing that always hits me really hard. I sang about 1985, 19 years after 1985. Seems like a million years ago. And it really does. I was there, you know. I was literally, well, 19. You know, I was literally 19 when that song came out. So it was like the song was being sung, you know, about me at the time. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm 19, you know, singing about 1985, and I'm like, yeah, 1985, love 1985, amazing. And then this song comes out when I'm 35. And then the rephrasing of it later on. I still sing 1985. 36 years after 1985. Oh, I'm sorry, but 3 minutes wasn't enough to prepare for that. You know? It's like, yikes. I'm there excited about, yeah, 1985, I was 19, yeah, what a great song. And then it's like, 36 years after 1985? It really does feel like a million years ago. Seen a lot of good friends and family come and go. as I'm approaching my 40th anniversary, a lot of that sort of stuff is coming into perspective. Starting to make a lot of sense. It's I think it's something that people will listen to me talking about this, and you'll probably listen to a lot of other people who have reached this age talking about it, and you won't really understand it. You'll comprehend, you'll know the words that I'm saying, but you won't feel it until you're knocking on that door. And then it kind of all comes crashing down. I don't mean that like in a bad way, you know, it's not like I'm saying, oh yeah, it's after the age of 30, man, it's downhill from there. No, what I'm saying is, it all comes crashing onto you, and you just kind of go, wow. Oh my goodness, that makes sense now. I didn't just hear someone talking about it, I lived it. It's a lot of experience, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's a lot of experience. And to tie that back to video games, that's what we're here for. We're not here to listen to me whine about getting old. To tie it back to video games, I'm getting close to 40. And in this life that I've lived, I'm extremely grateful for all the lives I've experienced. As the old saying goes, I'm not a gamer because I have no life. I'm a gamer because I've lived thousands. And on that poignant note, let's jump on into Atari 50 and celebrate, in this, the last episode, the legacy that I am honored to have played my part in. The 90s and beyond. When the game industry made a comeback, Atari was there. With new games for the 2600, as well as powerful new LINKS and Jaguar console. Excuse me. My throat closed. Let's try that again. With new games for the 2600, as well as powerful new LINKS and Jaguar consoles. I choked on the cat. Choked on a cat. I may have choked on a cat. They'll get into everywhere. So, you know. Oh my goodness, they really... Oh, perfect. Oh, what a way to start. The Do the Math ad was freaking awful. I hate the Do the Math ad. It's so bad. they literally have this woman pointing at consoles and it's like, oh, this console is 32-bit, and this console is 32-bit. This console's only 16-bit, but the Jaguar is a 64-bit console. And what does that mean? Oh, it means that the Jaguar is the better. Do the math. And it's like, It was kind of like really delving into the whole concept of the bit wars. Going from the 8-bit consoles to 16-bit to 32 to 64. Like, yeah, okay, the Atari Jaguar was a 64-bit machine. It didn't know how to use that power. The N64 was arguably not a proper 64-bit machine. But, it did know how to use that power, you know? In fact, a lot of people will complain that the Nintendo 64 isn't a very good system. They'll say that, oh, you know, it wasn't very good. The graphics were kind of crap. And yeah, okay, there's a little bit of muddiness with the graphics, don't get me wrong. But that was actually, in a roundabout way, really good. It looked terrible. Don't get me wrong. Some of the textures look awful, right? But the way that the console was able to use textures was so ahead of its time. But it turns out that, you know, the more simplistic way that PlayStation was streaming textures actually kind of made it look a little bit better, made it look a little bit sharper. But it did have all that janky warping and popping of graphics that you would see if you played a lot of PlayStation back in the day. But yeah, I think a lot of people in people's mind's eye, I think that their memories of N64 games tend to be a little bit worse than reality, and a lot of people's memories of PlayStation tends to be a little bit better than reality. I know that's true for me. I tend to go, oh yeah, that game's probably gonna look a little bit crap. And then I'll play an N64 game and be like, oh no, actually this is really cool. I didn't realize it looked this good. Whereas with the PlayStation, it's the other way around. I always expect it to look better. And then I'll play it and I'm like, yeah. Those textures, those models, they're kind of stretching and warping. It's being a little bit weird with the maths. But yeah. The Jaguar, on the other hand, a 64-bit machine that could barely pull off what the SNES was doing. Yikes. Atari comes roaring back. A pair of deadly felines leads Atari's charge into a new decade, as it introduces its first handheld platform and its first CD-ROM system. Meanwhile, the Atari 2600 just keeps going and going, and it's still going, ladies and gents. Atari 2600 Plus. I bought one. I was playing it a few weeks ago during my birthday streams. Man, I'm having so much fun with it. Back to the roots. Looking at the PC market, looking at how the PC market was evolving, Atari felt it wouldn't be able to compete in the IBM compatible market. Yeah, that's something we looked at last week. The thing that really affected systems like the Commodore 64, you know, the Amiga systems, the Atari systems, Sinclair systems, was they were all incompatible, right? They all did their own thing. And soon as IBM hit the market and was like, no, we're gonna have DOS. And later on, Windows. And every PC is going to play, is going to be built similarly. And we're going to have a unified system. That made it difficult for other systems, you know? So Atari wanted to get out of the PC industry, even though it was actually doing quite well for a time. They wanted to get out of the PC business so they could focus once again on video games. And they wanted to focus on consoles again. I remember sitting in the room with Jack. That's Jack Tramiel. Jack Tramiel, who used to be, oh, okay. Hold on. Let me switch over my controllers. Okay. Jack Tramiel, he started off as a typewriter repairman. Imagine that. I guess you don't have to imagine if you were here last week. But Jack Tramiel started as a typewriter repairman, and he had a single small shop and workshop that he called Commodore. Commodore typewriters. Commodore typewriter repairs. And he went from repairing typewriters to making the Commodore systems. And the Commodore 64 is like what we all know. You know, that's the famous one. But before that, it was like the Commodore PET. There was the VIC-20. And of course the C64. Jack Tramiel sold his business, made an absolute killing, and was like, I'm gonna buy Atari. And this is something which I was saying, like, I was talking about it last week, is like, this is the ultimate dick swinging contest, you know? This guy that started off repairing typewriters has got enough money to walk into Warner, the Warner, and be like, yeah, I'm buying Atari off you. And just basically like just drop the cash on the counter and be like, yeah, I'm walking out with Atari today. Wow. That impresses me. That one is really impressive. He's just like, yeah, here's the cash. I had to pull this out from the back of my couch, you know? So this is talking about Jack Tramiel. And even though Jack Tramiel bought Atari, it was his son Samuel, or Sam Tramiel, that basically did a lot of the day-to-day running of the business. I remember sitting in the room with Jack, and Jack saying to all of us, let's go back to our roots. Let's do at least one more games system. Bill Reebok, former Atari vice president. My Joy-Cons are not working. Hold on. Do I not have a blackout button anymore? Oh, yeah, I do. There we go. Hold on a second. There we go. Alright. I don't know where the... Oh, there it is. Okay. Right, sorry about that. So, yeah, it was Jack Tramiel's idea. After coming into Atari and taking them down a path of wanting to do the best that they could do with an Atari PC, he kind of realized that he was on the outs, you know? Unique, bespoke PCs were not going to be a thing anymore. It was going to be a unified system in IBM. So Jack Tramiel is like, let's try consoles again. It's working for Nintendo. It's working for Sega. Let's have a crack at consoles once more. Atari LINKS. The next generation of Atari began in September 1989, when it launched the LINKS. The first portable game machine with a color LCD display. It was designed so that players could choose to flip it over and play with the buttons on the left and the directional pad on the right. So as you can see there in the picture, it's got two sets of A and B buttons, so it can be played from any direction. That's something that you see a lot in Atari, right? Is this idea that everyone gets to play. You know? Like, Atari themselves published a guide to changing the control sticks that you get with the Atari 2600 so it can be used left-handed. And the Atari 7800, it had fire buttons on the left and the right side, so that it doesn't matter which side, you know, which hand you're holding it with, you can press the buttons with your thumb. Atari always had this idea of accessibility, whether you're right-handed or left-handed. It didn't matter. Everyone gets to play. I think we should see... I think in this day and age, where a lot of people are talking about accessibility in video games, it's interesting that you don't see a lot of left-handed controllers. Like, even the Switch, if you think about it, the Switch is primed to have a left-handed controller setup. But it doesn't. Imagine just taking off the Joy-Cons that you've got and replacing it with left-handed Joy-Cons. Now, a lot of that stuff you can still do in the game itself. There's a lot of games that have the remapping. And I do feel like maybe the Switch is actually really well positioned for button remapping, given the fact that it doesn't have a traditional D-pad. It has 4 buttons on the left. It's interesting, isn't it? In a world that's really quite obsessed with accessibility, they even have awards for games with accessibility options. Very few people are looking at hardware. And Atari had been doing it since the 2600, since the VCS. 1977. Atari were already thinking about accessibility option. Makes you think. I've actually talked to a few left-handed gamers before about this. Usually they tell me that it doesn't affect their ability to play games. It's just natural to them to use the stick left-handed. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, left-handed people probably have something of an advantage. Do take in consideration... I talked about this when we were still doing the arcade side of things, you know? That, the control stick was flipped in order to make games harder. So once upon a time, it used to be control stick in your right hand and buttons on the left. But the control setup was flipped to make it harder so that people would spend more money. So maybe lefties do have it better. Maybe they have it a little bit easier. Or maybe they don't. I guess we all get used to the things that we have, you know? But in the end, that flipping to put the stick on the left and the buttons on the right facilitated the growth of the fighting game industry. Because it became more important to know which buttons you were pressing with precision than it was to get the... Obviously, you still got precision with the control stick, but the control stick is already limited, you know? It goes up, down, left, right. You're not going to be accidentally turning the control stick and flipping it into the fifth dimension, you know? You've got the buttons, you've got the movement of the stick, and then on the right hand, you've got the buttons, and that made it so much easier to be more agile with your fingers with the buttons fighting games. Left-handed scissors and computer mice make sense, but for controller apparently doesn't matter to me. Okay, interesting. I'd be curious though. I would be curious to see if there was a left-handed controller, how a left-handed person would react to that. I think that would be interesting. Just as like just as an experiment. That's right, I want to experiment on people. I want to experiment on left-handed people. Yes, I was denied access to art college. Why do you ask? Oh, we got a video. Nice. LINKS, the underappreciated handheld. I agree wholeheartedly. I really, really wanted a LINKS. I ended up getting a Sega Game Gear, and I don't regret it. Honestly, I really don't regret it. Sega Game Gear is fantastic. But I really wanted a LINKS, and I never did have one, and I've never seen one in the wild. I could probably go on eBay tomorrow and buy a LINKS if I really, really wanted to. But a big part of game collecting for me is finding them in the wild, you know? You go into a secondhand store or something and it's like, someone traded this in, I have no idea what it is. That actually happened, not too long ago with me. Oh goodness, that was actually like 2 years ago. Yikes, okay. We went into a local, secondhand game store, and one of the staff comes up and is like, do you know what this is? I don't know what this is, and I figured that you might have an idea because you like all the old consoles and things. So I'm already well known locally, you know? It's like if someone doesn't know where a console is or what it does or how it works, they'd be like, hang on a minute, he's probably going to come in at some point this week. We'll ask that guy, you know? It really was cool. It really was. But, like, we walk in and they're like, hey, hang on a second, come here a minute. I've got something. Do you know what this is? And they put it down on the counter and I look at it and I go, oh, you've got something special here. That's a Wonder Swan. And they're like, what on earth is a Wonder Swan? And Wonder Swan is basically, it's this one was a Wonder Swan color. And it was Bandai's foray into the handheld gaming market. And I'm like, that is a WonderSwan. It's got a lot of interesting games. And you may not be aware of this, but despite the fact that the WonderSwan was a 90's system, and it was discontinued in the 2000s, you could still buy brand new games for the WonderSwan. Because they're just still selling them. Some places, you can find them, they're just selling them, and they're brand new. Up until recently, PlayAsia was still selling them. And if you go to PlayAsia right now and search WonderSwan, you'll probably get a load of results. Ultimately, though, being that it was Bandai, the WonderSwan ended up being a haven for anime games, and especially Gundam games. And yeah, I bought that on the spot. It was it was a case of, oh, so you do know where WonderSwan is then? Yeah. It was made by Bandai. It's basically a Gundam handheld, because Gundam makes up like 50% of all the games that were released on it. And they're like, oh yeah, really? Okay, interesting. They're like, yeah, I'll take that, thank you. Put it in a box, please. So I was really happy to get that. And Fructose, you never did see that one, because it's currently in a box. I don't have enough room to actually display it on my shelves, so I was like, yeah, that's really cool. I don't know where you got it from. And it also had a copy of Mobile Suit Gundam, one of the Mobile Suit Gundam games, still in the box. Oh, how could I not? The two games I ended up getting with it was Pocket Fighter, which is a Capcom game. It's basically Street Fighter, but chibi characters. And a Gundam game. And the Gundam game was still in box. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I can't walk away from that one. It's like the day I saw the Virtual Boy in the window. I was like, oh no. Oh, damn it. I wasn't expecting to spend money today, but guess I have to. And also, welcome. I'm afraid I cannot read your name, but a big welcome to the stream. I hope you do enjoy this. This is going to be very much a talking stream. Going to be having a little bit of a Zatsudan. As we work our way through the Atari history. I hope you enjoy it with us. So, let's see. Former Atari developers Bill Reebok and Ferran Thompson discuss the LINKS and how its innovative features and cool games were ultimately underappreciated in the time. Absolutely. 100% agree.
There were so many things near the end of my early days with Atari that I wished, like everything we felt was underappreciated. Like I bought a LINKS and I was trying to find people to play the LINKS with me, and everyone else had a Game Boy. And I was like, you guys, Todd's Slime World. Let's do this.
Oh, Slime World.
And the LINKS was totally Sam's baby. He loved the notion of the hardware. And Sam, man, he loved the LINKS into the ground. Right, against all odds, he wanted to make it successful. You know, we did the original one that was sort of the original design. And then he was like, no, we got to double down on it and do it and make it better.
Oh, look at that. I love the redesign.
Come test video games. So I think I tried out at a few places. Electronic Arts comes to mind. Didn't get the job there, but was lucky enough to kind of get the QA job at Atari. Back in the day, I think it was a lot more fun. People playing 4 LINKS games and then having them all go out of sync and then having to track that down. Like, probably at the 1,000th time that happens, it does get a little old. But I think back in the day, you actually got a lot more input into the games. So a lot of the last LINKS games like Lemmings and some of the early Jaguar games like Cybermorph, the QA department actually got...
Don't bring up Cybermorph. Don't bring up Cybermorph. Just You don't want to attach your name to Cybermorph. That wasn't a good game.
Probably at the 1,000th time that happens, it does get a little old. But I think back in the day, you actually got a lot more input into the games. So a lot of the last LINKS games like Lemmings and some of the early Jaguar games like Cybermorph.
I don't want to like keep stopping in the same place, but that's another thing, you know, that's another thing which I really enjoyed about listening to people's perspectives, the people who actually worked at Atari, and saying like it was very much a collaborative creative effort. It's like everyone be like, oh hey, this is a good idea, why don't you try this? Or that's a really cool game that you got there, have you thought about that? You know? And it came together with this idea of like everyone's making their own games, but everyone's listening to everyone's input, you know? And they just want to make the best games that they can make. What an environment to be working in, where people were making games for the love of making games. Not making games because they wanted to make a profit. Not making games because they're planning on selling their studio to EA and EA are going to close them down next year. Because they just enjoyed making games. Because of the love of video games. What an environment. What a world to live in. If I could work anywhere, it would be 1970s Atari. It would be I feel like it would be such an amazing experience that even though I hold a lot of the opinions that to me would work really well in that environment, I feel like it would also like shape those opinions from a different perspective. I want to see games that are made for the love of video games, not games made for as a factory product. I'd love to have that experience. I'm never going to have that experience. It's not possible, unfortunately. Unless I change my name to like Howard Scott Warshaw and find a DeLorean. I'm not going to be getting my name out there in Atari. But yeah. What was wrong with Cybermorph? Not enough hours in the oven. It was a good idea. It just didn't land. It was a really good idea. But they didn't fully comprehend how their own technology worked. And this is what I was saying about how the Jaguar, it was a 64-bit machine, but it didn't play like one. They had no idea how to use that power. And it really did end up hurting the games. Cybermorph being one of them. Right, I'm going to go back. I'm going to let him speak. I'm going to let Farhan get all the way through to the end this time, I swear.
Having to track that down. Like, probably at the 1,000th time that happens, it does get a little old. But I think back in the day... No
updates, no patches.
Input into the games. So a lot of the last LINKS games like Lemmings and some of the early Jaguar games like Cybermorph, the QA department actually got a lot of input into those games from a design perspective. You know what? I think the LINKS was great hardware. I like the fact that it was color. And I think the fact that you could have this like four-way
multiplayer.
20-some years later, here I am buying a LINKS with a RGB output because people are still modding them.
Absolutely.
You know, and selling them on eBay.
Absolutely.
Stuff, right?
They're still getting modded. They're still going out there. People are still looking for LINKS because it is such good hardware. The D-pad needs to be changed. That's, you know, it's one of those things. The D-pad needs to be changed because it's not a very good D-pad. And people are modding it to have RGB out or to have some sort of output that you can play it on a screen. It's a shame. The LINKS, I genuinely believe that the LINKS deserve better. And yeah, to to what Kiko is saying there, that there were no update patches back in the day. That is true. A lot of people say that Shigeru Miyamoto is wrong in that classic quote of his, that a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is bad forever. A lot of people today don't realize, or at very least they don't comprehend, that he said that in the 80s. The 80s. Actually, no, sorry, early 90s. My apologies. He said it in the 90s. And back then it was true. Back then, it was a case of, if you delay a game, you can fix it. But if you rush a game out, and it's bad, there's no changing it. There's no fixing it. It's on the cartridge. It's in the customer's hands. It's bad forever. That's why they were so... why they had such a tight grip on Mario, on Zelda, on Metroid, on other games that were quintessentially Nintendo. Because they knew that that bad game would be bad forever, and they didn't want anyone else to ruin the credibility of the games and the console and the experiences that Nintendo had. And they were truly unique for their time. At the time, the Game Boy was all the rage, but the Lynx was bigger, fatter, and actually had better graphics. And it is still a really cool little console. Absolutely, I agree. I agree, 100%. The Game Boy was an outstanding system, but the Lynx came along and was like, I'm color. The Lynx came along and went, I can put out the same quality graphics, even better quality graphics, than the Super Nintendo, than the Master System. Some of the graphics on some of the early games on Super Nintendo, not so much later when people really got to grips with the hardware. The Super Nintendo could do a lot, right? The Lynx was there. It's like, nah, I can do better than the NES. I can do better than the Master System. And I'm a handheld. Game Boy got no excuse. You know? And then Sega did the same thing. Sega released the Game Gear, which is essentially a portable Master System. That's why a lot of the Master System and Game Gear games were the same games. Because they would release them, release the same games across both systems. Because the Game Gear was a Master System. Link schematics. An image that Atari handed out to the press when it announced the Lynx. Then called the Atari Portable Color Entertainment System. I bet you Nintendo were one of the reasons why they changed that. Entertainment system. Yeah. Yeah, Nintendo probably had something to say about that. At the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in 1989. Look at that. Like I said, the D-pad, not great. Could have been better. You can definitely fix that today. It's interesting there's got an on switch and an off switch, and they're two completely different buttons. Oops. So it's got 64 kilobytes of RAM. It's got a 16 megahertz clock speed. That's actually pretty good. Like, that's 64 kilobytes of RAM, 16 megahertz. Where's the, oh, yeah, they're okay. 65 CO2 at 4 megahertz. So, this was a good system. This was a really good system. .5-inch diagonal, high-performance, color LCD screen. 160 by 102 pixels. They probably could have gone for better, but it would have been really expensive. 16 displayed from palette of 4,096 colors. But 16 displayed at any one time. 4-channel sound speaker. They've been using 4-channel in Atari systems for years. When it came to sound, Atari was quite often well ahead of the game. An 8-way joypad. Okay. I didn't see 8-way. Oh, it does actually have... you don't actually see the deeper schematics, like what's actually on the board. But I wonder if that is actually a 4-button D-pad, or if it is actually an 8-button D-pad. I'd want to check that. I'd want to find out to be 100% sure, but that's interesting. If it is actually an 8-button joypad, that would be cool. And it says it's got 2 fire buttons, but it doesn't. It's got 4. Right? Because it's got the left-handed and right-handed version. Depending upon whether you were left or right-handed, you could flip the whole thing over. And so it had the 2 fire buttons doubled up. That's such a cool system. Such a cool idea. 6 AA batteries. Yeah, that's the killer for the time, was the batteries. Headphone port, communication port for multiplayer, and external power. Hardware features: virtually limitless size and number of sprites. You kidding me? Okay, so basically what that's saying is it didn't have a hard cap on the number of sprites that it can display. So basically, it may result in some slowdown, but they could have lots of multiple colored sprites on screen all at once. Interesting. Virtually limitless size and number of sprites. I'm curious what the actual limit is before the whole thing crashes. Collision detection. Obviously, a lot of this stuff was hardware based back in the day. It wasn't just programming. It was actually, you had different pieces of hardware to tell the game how to react. Scaling. Scaling is really good. You know, everyone talks about the Super Nintendo, because the Super Nintendo, the Super Famicom, for the Japanese audience. It was very famous for its Mode 7, which allowed for a very specific kind of bitmap scaling, stretching, and adjustment to allow for a rotational pixel plane, you know, and that allowed them to make games like Mario Kart. That allowed them to make games like F-Zero. Mode 7 was such a big deal. It allowed for the zooming in the intro of Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. There's a sequence where you see a zoom in on the castle on the map in Legend of Zelda. That was, you know, that was something that was never seen before, that kind of scaling and stretching. So, you know, for a handheld system to be like, we can do sprite scaling, that's kind of a big deal. The Game Boy couldn't do that. Compaction of video data. So I'm assuming that what they're saying is it's got a really good compressor. Multiply and divide, also very useful when it comes to mathematics for the programming. Not gonna go into that. A serial port, that would be for like add-ons and things, which I don't think it ever got. And an encryption device, so that would allow for people to create games that required Atari's approval. So it's kind of like how most consoles nowadays have a digital encryption software. Well, back then it was all physical, you know? So you could only play cartridges that were actually authentic, you know? So it's got an encryption device. Introducing LINKS, the world's first super graphic, that's cute, full color, high power, portable video game system. A large fold out poster advertisement for LINKS, distributed in July of 1990. Issues of the video game magazine took direct aim at the competing Game Boy system, which had a black and white screen. It didn't even have black and white. It was 2 shades of pea green. You know? Oh, is that actually... Oh, okay. No, it's just the background. I thought that was... That poster was actually embossed. And I was about to get really impressed. Oh, there it is, look. It's a huge thing. The LINKS is huge. I have held one. I've just never seen one available for purchase. But the LINKS, it genuinely was quite large, right? Look at that. Ninja Golf. Oh, Ninja Golf. Ninja Golf. Okay. One of the most notorious games on the Atari 7800, thanks to its incongruous pairing of game genres. Ninja Golf finally answered the question of what would happen if you had to fight ninjas, sharks, and fire-breathing dragons while playing 9 holes. A good improvised weapon for the hooligans. Yeah, right? You're not wrong. I wish you were, but you're not. That's really funny, because he's a ninja, but he's holding a Chinese dao. Amazing. Alright, we're not going to play too many of the games tonight, because we're never going to get to the end of this one. But we'll have a little go at Ninja Golf. I didn't know that Ninja Golf was actually on here, so I'm pretty interested in giving this one a shot. The 7800 console was to be discontinued a year after Ninja Golf's release. So it's a rarity. Along with the unusual gameplay mix promised by the title, martial arts, fighting, and golf have helped this quirky game achieve cult status. And here we've got the ability to play it. After many long years of ninja training, you are finally ready for the most difficult test of all. 9 holes of Ninja Golf. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so I have to press button 1, which I'm assuming is B. Wait, is up jump? No? Oh, I found it. I found jump. So the basic gist of it is you've got to get to your ball and continue to play golf. Oh. Ow. So it's essentially golf meets side-scrolling. Oh, I see what I did. Ah, okay. So using the left and right buttons, I can control the direction that I'm shooting the ball, or yeah, teeing off. In the bottom screen, in the radar screen. Okay, so ah. Can I jump kick? No, I can't. Okay. Ah! Got done in by a frog. Oh, and you can see on the radar the pixel which is you getting ever closer to your ball. I got it. I got it. I got it. Gotta... Do I perhaps... Oh! Short... Right, okay. So I can press down to do a short. Oh, okay. Disappeared. Oh, come on. They did say that they were dragons. I should have paid attention. Ah, no. Oh. Ah. Oh, no. Okay. I scared him off. The hardest trap on the golf course. Absolutely. You think it's the sand trap? It's not the sand trap. 4 shots for hole 1. Okay, so I get it now. No, I understand now. Okay. So I've got to time the button press where I want the ball to be. There. Ah, I get it now. Oh, no. That's the jump button. There we go. What are these gophers? Ow. And then you've got to survive. Like, it's not so simple as like, okay, I hit the ball as far as I can go. Because you also got to take in consideration, like, how far can I actually survive? Because I've got to try to make it to the ball. Ow. Ah, a bit too short. Oh, hey, now. Give me a chance. Goodness sake. Oh, yes. No. I'm out of shuriken. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta fight against cobras? cobras on the golf course? Come on. Okay, we good. We good. Am I gonna survive to the hole is the question. Oh, probably not, actually. There we go. Ah! This part is actually really hard. You gotta watch for the dragons. Oh, yeah, I'm getting it wrong. The dragon has got a particular pattern to it. It's like it shoots 2, 3. Oh, I died. You have failed in your quest. You have caused dishonor to fall upon your family and upon yourself. Your only hope to restore your honor is to try again. But we're not going to try again. We're going to live with the dishonor. In fact, at the end of this stream, I'm going to commit seppuku. But that's okay. We're going to carry on with the Atari stuff. What a fun game, though. What a cool idea. What a cool idea. Hey, Joseph. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So I'm going to just quickly catch up. Oh, excuse me. Actually, if you don't mind, could you give me just a little moment? I will be right back. Sorry about that one. Just had to run off and get something for my stomach. Yeah. I had chili today, and I probably shouldn't have because my stomach has been a bit weird. And it's just left me feeling a little bit blah. Thank you for the welcome back. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Reminds me of an NES baseball game where all the players are robots that you build with weapons and various body parts. And you have to do like Street Fighter fight if you want to tag someone out. That reminds me. Just looked it up. Cyber Stadium Series Base Wars. I kind of remember seeing that, but I've never played it. That sounds really interesting. I probably got the idea from this. Actually, no, this was 1990, so I don't know. But yeah, a really cool, quirky game. Ninja Golf. What a legend. What a legendary game. Basketball. There's no such thing as a personal foul in basketball. An Atari 78 game in which you can either win by scoring the most dunks or by knocking out your opponents out with punches. Regenerate health with 1990's most popular sports drink, a glass of milk. Oh, this was during the whole got milk. Base Wars was 91. Interesting. So this was using the got milk to its advantage. That's really cool. Let's have a little look at this. I'm probably gonna suck. Never played this before. Never even heard of this one before, honestly. Let's give it a little shot, shall we? Basketball. We're gonna go one player. I'm gonna be team 1. Game mode is 2v2. Difficulty, I'm gonna wuss out and go easy and hit 3-minute game time. Character selection. I can go as Vinny, Buster, Slash, Simon, Biff, and Bruiser. Wow. Simon doesn't look like he's gonna be able to hold his own. I I gotta be honest. I don't want to lie. I don't want to, call him out. But he looks like a little bit of a nerd. So we're gonna go with Slash. And apparently Biff. Okay. Press A button to... So that's me. I just want to beat the crap out of them. Stop that. Wait, where am I? Who am I? Wait, is that me? That's me. Okay, I'll just beat them up. I'm moving so slow. Why am I moving so slow? What are the buttons? Oh, that was my own dude. Sorry. Oops, that was my own dude again. I don't know how to control this. I feel like I'm moving really, really slow, though. I'm so glad that these guys are playing this game without me, because otherwise we'd be losing. Why do they move so fast? Why can't I move that fast? I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing wrong here. I'll just beat up this guy. How do I move that quickly? Come here! Why can't I run? That's jump. That's punch. Okay, I actually felt like I was taking part then. For a moment. No. No! I'm no longer taking part anymore. Yep, okay. Stop it! Oh! I'm moving faster! I'm moving a bit faster! Hang on a minute. Oh! No. Stop! Ah, no. Okay. I feel like I'm kind of getting the idea. Though possibly not in the slightest. Did I win? I don't know if I won. The other player... yeah, okay. Hey, Robin, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Howdy, I'm eating goldfish. Yeah, I hope it's the crackers, not an actual goldfish. All right, we're gonna leave that one behind. Fatal Run, Atari 2600. After 12 years of support, Atari released the last game for the 2600 platform in 1990. One of the final releases was a 2600 version of Fatal Run with 32K of memory. It was 16 times of the VCS launch game Combat. 16 times bigger. And had all sorts of features that Atari designers in the 70s would never have imagined. And we played another game just recently. No worries, you have a good one. We played a game recently which was made for the 2600, which was a... Was it for the 2600? Yeah, it was. But it was a fan-made game from like 2014, and it was incredible what they managed to do on 2600 hardware. Okay, so we're gonna go new. Fatal Run, programmed by Steve Aguirre. Aguirre? Drive to each city, delivering the much-needed medication to save the people. Then launch the rocket to save the world. So I'm literally driving a car full of medication to save people before blowing people up. That sounds like a perfect game. Oh wow, yeah, okay, I see what they mean. Oh, right, there's the speed. There's the speed. Ow. Could you not, though? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I completely understand. How would they... Doing this on Atari is... That's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. I'm going way too fast. Ah, get off. Oh, nice. Okay, that guy's dead. This is such an incredible game for what the Atari 2600 is. Oh no, I blew up. I really blew up there. That was game over. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I have a gun or anything. I don't have anything to shoot with. At least I don't think so. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe that's what that button is. Yeah, that seems to be, Okay. Like, this is... Considering the fact that this is an Atari 2600 game, right? This has got an amazing sense of speed. It's really straightforward, right? Up is go fast. Down is go slow. And left and right is turn. Okay, if that button is actually a gun, I don't have access to it anymore. Wow, this is incredible! Like, I'm sure there are plenty of you Zoomers out there that are looking at this going, that's not really that good. What are you on about? Have you seen Forza Horizon? You don't get it, alright? Your watch has more power than the Atari 2600. Okay? That's amazing. I'm going to be coming back to that one. I may even try to find a copy. If I could speak. Scrapyard Dog. The side-scrolling platform game was very popular during this era of gaming, where Atari 7800 only had one. Scrapyard Dog. in which you have to rescue your kidnapped dog while avoiding various hazards of urban life, such as rats, runaway tires, and gangsters. Interesting. And here's the LINKS version. Oh, we get to do a comparison. Okay. So let's just quickly take a look at Scrapyard Dog. This is the Atari 7800, okay? So this is the system that the last great console, you know, the last console that Atari did before the LINKS. So this is I've got the dog. Go to the phone at east end of the junkyard for further instructions. Be there on time, Mr. Big. Okay. So this is a very, oh my goodness, the controls are a little bit floaty. Oh. Oh, right. So, refuse only. And apparently I can go inside. Press P to hear the reset. Sorry, press P to reset the tune. Okay, I'm just gonna leave. I don't know what that's all about. The controls are really floaty. Once you start moving... Oh, I died. I died to a tire. Okay. Once you start moving, there's... Like, you really move, okay? Yeah, there's hardly any slowing down on that one. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, so... This is actually really hard to control. Maybe it would be a little bit easier with a control stick, but... Oh, hello. Magic cans, $2 each. Yeah, can I have one? Hey, buddy, you gonna buy something? Okay. Yes. Hey, what you trying to pull? You can't afford anything in here. Okay. Because naturally, I assume someone looks like that speaks in a New York accent. Then again, there are rats, literal giant rats walking around with sunglasses on. So, I'm sure you can understand the connection that I'm making there. Okay, so it's a very straightforward platformer for the 7200. Okay, so we're not gonna stick around. We're gonna go to Scrapyard Dog on the LINKS. Now, take in consideration that was a console, the 7800. This is a handheld. Quite an improvement. Even though the resolution is quite limited. There's that sprite scaling that I was talking about. I've got the dog. Find us if you want to see him again, Mr. Big. Oh, this actually plays a lot more like a regular platformer. It doesn't have that, no trespassing. It doesn't have any, it doesn't have that weird floaty, speed situation that was going on. Ah, I got pooped on. Oh, crap. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm realizing that maybe I was overselling it when I was saying, like, early SNES games, the LINKS could do better. No, it couldn't. But it was definitely doing better than the NES and the Master System. Or at very least on par with those. Ah! I got pooped on again. Do take in consideration, though, this is also the first time I've actually played a LINKS game. I've held the system, I've never played on it. So you can see there's like a huge difference from what you had in the 7800 version and the sheer number of colors that you've got on screen right now. Like that's one of the things to really take note of, is that there are a lot of colors and a lot of consoles simply couldn't handle something like this, you know? If you look at the colors that you get on the NES, they tend to be pretty drab. Now, don't get me wrong, I really like the NES, it is a classic system. But it's got nothing on this. In terms of color, I mean. Ah! The same rat every single time! I keep getting done by that one rat. Got him. So while I wouldn't call this, like, I wouldn't call the controls perfect, it's surprisingly good. You do have control. You got a pretty decent amount of control. Oh. Oh, that's different. Okay. But it is, again, the LINKS' little platformer. Piece of cake. Go to the vehicle section. Oh, there's a vehicle section? Good grief. I'm guessing that they don't mean vehicle in the same way as I'm thinking. Can I get that? Okay, I can't get that just by jumping. Ah, there we go. There we go. Nice. No, don't poop. Don't poop on me. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. It does have a very strange falling system. Like, when you fall, if you're not jumping and you don't have momentum to your fall, you drop. You just drop. And there's no control, mid-air control or anything. So they are definitely, you know, experimenting with the... I missed that somehow. There we go. They are playing with ideas, like how do we control this character? How should the character move? How should the character feel in motion, in fall? Oops. I got done. Very primitive game. But it's kind of like what you would expect from an early system like this, you know? Why can't I get that now? Oh, I bet you it's because I don't have enough momentum from... There we go. Okay. No, no, bird, no! Oh, okay. But that's Junkyard Dog. And like I said, going from the 7800 version, which was very limited in its colors, to this, which was very cartoony, very bright, a good color palette to have on a handheld system. And it predated the Game Gear, and it predated the Game Boy Color or the Game Boy Advance. It's a really good system. Alright, sorry for not engaging into the conversation. Yeah, I just wanted to get through that because there was a nice little comparison to be made there. But yeah, we're not really doing much for Christmas or for the holidays or for, you know, anything really. We're just kind of being ourselves and doing things. Streamer? But yeah, it's yeah, we're just kind of gonna have a chill Christmas, I think, this year. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna have a chill Christmas. Just try and relax. Get over all the chaos that we've had to deal with recently. Like plumbing issues and fructose. I shouldn't say that because fructose will actually believe me. But yeah, no, there's been a lot of chaos. Hey, Robin, how you doing? Not good. Tired. I was about to say and me, but he beat me to it. Yeah, absolutely. This guy, I tell you. Yeah. Everything kind of comes to a head at this time of year, doesn't it? It's like everything's a big rush. Everything needs to be done yesterday, you know? So yeah, it is kind of rough. Even here, I gotta be honest, even though we don't necessarily do like a traditional Christmas, one of the things I do like about this time of year is the rampant consumerism. The fact that most shops are open late every single day of the week. I like that. It means that if I sleep until midday, or at very least I'm in bed until midday because I haven't slept the night before, I can still go out and do stuff. It's really good. I kind of wish it was like this all year round. Oh yeah, thank you, Robin. Thank you for getting everyone to like the stream. I would tell people, hey guys, if you're enjoying the stream, hit the like button. But people usually leave when I do that. Atari Lynx redesigned. Sales of the Lynx were not where Atari had hoped, and in the spring of 1991, it took a multi-pronged approach to attempt to get things moving. It introduced a budget-priced $99 system. Bundle that... sorry. I saw a comma there that didn't exist. It introduced a budget-priced $99 system bundle that removed the pack-in game, AC adapter, and COMMUNITY cable, and it replaced the current system with a new, smaller model. So basically, this version didn't have the AC adapter. That reduces cost. It didn't have the multiplayer cable, which would be necessary if you wanted to play multiplayer. But seeing as no one was buying it, there was a very good chance you're the only one who had a Lynx, so you probably didn't need it. And while it removed the pack-in game, I do recall like these like moments, these like little flashes of memories from my distant past. even if a console didn't have a pack-in game, the company, or the shops, I should say, would always have some kind of a deal or a bundle going. So yeah, I think that's, I think ultimately a lower priced Atari Lynx got people through the door. You know, it's like, oh, it's only $100. I'm gonna go into the store and I'm gonna take a look at this Atari. And then the store sells you a game to go along with it, and you end up spending basically the same amount of money as you would have done with the full-size Lynx, but you feel like you've spent less because the system itself was cheaper, but you also bought an AC adapter to go with it because, oh, you kind of need one of those. Oh, we might get a COMMUNITY cable because we may have some friends with that, so I'll buy that separately. And of course we need to have games. You can't buy a console and not have games. So they buy 2 games. And you end up spending $250 for something that would have cost you like $150 if you just bought the bundle. You know? That's the way it works. I've done that so many times. I did that with my... actually did that with my N64. I realized after the fact, there's like, I got screwed. I got financially screwed with that one. But I didn't care. I had Lilac Wars and Bomberman. It's also one of those things I feel should be obvious by now, but we have to actually remind people that engagement helps. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Some of the loops are crazy. How do you mean? I think I've missed. What was I saying? Oh yeah, absolutely. The spread out cost is amazing. You know, you get someone in through the door offering them a cheaper product. Oh, watching short videos. Ah, I see. Yeah. Gotcha. I've been wanting to do short stuff, but I barely have the time as it is. I spend all my time streaming or preparing for my stream. So yeah. It'd be great if I could, if I was actually making money. I don't like talking finances, but let's talk about it right now. If I was actually making money here on this channel, I would absolutely get an editor. Because having someone there who is, one, watching my stream, and, you know, taking notes and saying, right, we're gonna do this clip here, we're gonna do this clip there, we're gonna do this clip there, and then cutting up my stream and putting out clips, that would be amazing. Because I just don't have the time to do it myself. I wish I did. Though admittedly, I can't really say that after spending all day playing Monster Hunter today. But still, you know? And that's why I need the best item in Fortnite. Where the cap's in the start of... Yeah. All caps, yellow text, absolutely, in a thumbnail. With something that's been circled and an arrow pointing at it, just in case you missed it. Oh, there we go. There's the... See, there it is. So you've got the LINKS, right? It's like, oh, look at this. You can get the LINKS, and it comes with a connection cable, it comes with the AC adapter, and it comes with a copy of California Games. Actually, do you know what? Second thoughts, you're probably better off paying the $100 and getting it without California Games. Yep. There we go. $100 for LINKS, and then you can buy what you actually want. Blue Lightning. That's a good one. Gauntlet. There was a gauntlet on the LINKS? That's what you want the 4 players game for. Sorry, the 4-player cable for. Oh my goodness. Imagine playing Gauntlet on the, like, on a handheld back in the 90s. That would be... Wow. Oh. Yeah, there's a reason to buy the $150 bundle. Huh. Okay. You got Xenophobe. Xenophobe is an excellent game. Paperboy, Ms. Pac-Man, Rampage. There was a version of Rampage on the LINKS. Slime World, another really incredible classic LINKS title right there. Clax. Clax is it's an interesting puzzle game. There's been lots of variations of it since. Where basically you've got these clacks. What are they? They're kind of like dominoes, I guess. No, they're not really like dominoes. They're these like plastic not plastic. They're these square tiles, and they come down a thing at you. It comes down a board at you, and you've got to rearrange them so that you get multiple of the same color clacks together to get rid of them. And like, it's got that Tetris sort of thing where when you stack a few together, it will they'll disappear, and then you gotta stack the right. I think they disappear. It's been a really long time since I played Clacks, but yeah, look it up. It's actually a really fun puzzle game. Go look that one up. You got Rygar there. Rygar the Barbarian. Can you see what I'm talking about? See, look, the square tiles, and they come down like a board or a what are those called? Not a treadmill. What's it called? Oh my goodness, my brain is not here today. Forget it. Moving on. Turbo Sub. There are other submarine games and other alien shooting games, but how many games give you both? Turbo Sub is another game making good use of the LINKS' sprite scaling capabilities to produce a first-person pseudo 3D environment. So what they're getting at there is, like Wolfenstein, like Doom, is a pseudo 3D environment. We had that on the LINKS. How cool is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you can legit just dive into the ocean. Okay. And if I pull up... Oh my goodness, what? How is this game... Okay. Looking for aliens, I think. There's one. Oh, damn it, I got hit. Ooh, heck. Okay. So you don't have HP in this. It's basically just, if you get hit, you die. At least I think that's the way it is. Dive? Dive? I'm being told to dive. And I immediately crash into something. And I immediately crash into something twice. Amazing. I can't steer for beans. Yeah, let's... Wow! I feel like I'm being magnetically drawn to them. It's you know what? Let's not dive. Let's leave the ocean right now. I love that little windscreen wiper that pops up there to say, hey. Oh, and I immediately die again. Cool. At least I know that I'm not good at this game. Let's go around that, please. What is that? It's another rock? There appears to be a thing on the front of the rock. Is a red thing? Oh! Okay. Oh, wait, extra life, please. Cool. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I would like to remind everyone once again that this is 1991. And this is a handheld system. A handheld system. I just seemingly am no good with the underwater sections. You have failed in your mission. Was it backlit? I believe so. I believe it was. I might be wrong, but I think it was. $69,000. Oh, I was top of the leaderboard there. But this is Turbo Sub. And this has got seamless transition from in the air to underwater. That's way ahead of its time. I know it's just like a graphical change. It's not like, oh, suddenly everything is different. But like, that's kind of a big deal. That's attention to detail right there. We're a classic. 1991. Basketball. We've already tried that. We're gonna leave that where it is. LINKS price drops again. After heavily supporting the LINKS for the last few years, Atari began to wind down the support in 1993, as it ramped up preparations to launch a new home console later that year. It lowered the price of the console to $79.99, while facing stiff competition from Nintendo and Sega. Now you gotta remember, 1993? Hang on, let me just double check this to be, oh, my opera is on the wrong screen. Hang on. Hold on a second. Could you please, computer... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Please stop. Okay, hold on. Oh, I can see Cybermorph coming up as well. Cybermorph is right there, right on the edge of my periphery. Why are you being a pain? Okay. So, as I was about to say, so in Japan, the Sega Game Gear released in October of 1990, right? And it released in April of 1991 in North America and Europe, and 1992 in Australia. So the Lynx is being hit hard by Sega's powerhouse handheld system, you know? And so they're like, oh, okay, we'll concede a little bit of ground, but we're going to come out swinging with the Atari Jaguar. Now, unfortunately, I didn't quite go to plan, but still, we'll get there. We'll get there. The Atari Lynx delivers over 4,000 colors, over 50 games, and one special price. It was $99.99, now $79.99. Digital stereo sound, 4,000 brilliant colors, 16-bit graphics engine. 16-bit graphics engine in a handheld in 1990. The controls flip for right or left-handed players. The world's largest video game screen at 3.5 inches diagonally. And I believe the Game Gear was only like 2.5, 2.8 or something like that. Hang on. Display. Oh, 3.2 inch. Okay, it is actually a bit bigger than I thought. 3.2 inch, whereas this is a 3.5. So it is large. It is a larger screen than the Game Gear. But otherwise, the Game Gear does have very similar statistics to the Lynx, which came out just before it. It's got the 4096 color palette. Though the Game Gear reckons 32 colors on screen. Interesting, because I believe the Lynx was 16. Up to 8 players, this one is saying. Oh, there we go. So, this is the start of the do the math stuff, right? This is where do the math started to creep into the Lynx, into the Atari marketing system. Where they're showing their 16-bit graphics engine. Lynx, yes. Game Gear, no. Game Boy, no. Hardware scaling, yes. Game Gear, no. Game Boy, no. Right or left-handed play, yes. Backlight on and off. There we go. That answers your question, Kiko. Backlight for the Lynx, yes. The Game Gear does actually have a backlight, but you can't toggle it on and off. Recess screen. I'm not sure why a recess screen is important. I guess to stop it from getting scratched or something. But the Game Gear screen was actually quite large. It was like domed on the front of it. And I'll be honest, it got scratched. It did get scratched easily. Rubber hand grips. You're going for a stretch there. I don't think that's kind of a big deal. Okay, multiplayer. 8 players on the Lynx. 2 players on the Game Gear. 2 players on the Game Boy. Screen size. 3.5 for the Lynx. The Game Gear is 3.2. Oh, there we go. Game Boy was 2.6. My apologies. I knew I had a 2.6, 2.8 in my head somewhere. That was the Game Boy. Color display, yes. Game Gear, yes. Game Boy, no. And the price. $79.99 for the Lynx. $99.99 for the Game Gear. And look, they were even honest. And they're like, but the Game Boy is cheaper. And you know what? Actually, that's a good point as well. The screen fidelity, I would argue that Lynx is probably accurate with this because they were using an LCD screen. I'm not sure what the Game Gear was using exactly. I imagine it's a type of LCD screen. I should probably look that up before saying anything in particular. But the screen on the Game Gear looked kind of like a CRT. Like, it absolutely wasn't a CRT, obviously. Imagine trying to carry around a CRT in your pocket, right? But it looked like it. It had a little bit of fuzz. It had what looked like scan lines. So, I think what Lynx is trying to point out there is that despite the fact that the Game Gear has this quality to it, the Lynx is a better, clearer screen. Push your mind to the edge. A young man entranced by the Dracula game for Lynx does not seem to have noticed that he, too, has been given the vampire's kiss. What is it? Push your mind to the edge with the power of Atari Lynx. Oh yeah, I see. He's been bitten there. Interesting. This is it. Your link to the Lynx. Quick, turn the page to find out how to get your free game. Free game? And they seem to be telling me that the game might include boobs. How do I turn the page on this thing? Enter the Jaguar. On November 23rd, 1993. I think that's the year I got my SNES. I'm pretty sure that's when I got my SNES. Like, November 23rd would have been the week of my birthday, and I got my SNES for Christmas. I think that was the year I got my SNES. Interesting. Going straight for the lizard brain with those ads? Absolutely! Or the mammalian brain. If you think about it. On November 23rd, 1993, Atari began test market shipments of its new home console, the Jaguar, to New York and San Francisco. Atari advertised it as the world's first 64-bit gaming system in an attempt to leapfrog the 32-bit game machines that were beginning to be released. That'd be the Super Nintendo. Was Super Nintendo 16? Hold on. Why do I have this image of the word of... No, Super Nintendo was 32, wasn't it? Why do I not know this? I've been looking at so many numbers for Atari systems that most of the other numbers that I know have been pushed out my brain. And yes, I was correct. That is the year that I had, that is the year I got the Super Nintendo. The Super Nintendo released in the UK in 1992, and I got it the following year for Christmas. It was a 16-bit. Yeah, the Super Nintendo was a 16-bit home console. Yeah, okay. Cool. PlayStation was 32. It was, indeed. I got my SNES in 1994. It was the year I came back to Australia from Vietnam. Wait, what was I saying? Atari advertised it as the world's first 64-bit gaming system in an attempt to leapfrog the 32-bit game machines that were beginning to be released. Its launch price was $249, and it used cartridges rather than CD-ROMs. This would actually be upgraded later with a CD-ROM add-on for the Jaguar. There's the controller. Once again, Atari clutching tight to that number pad system that they've had since the Atari 2600. But they're like, we're not going to let it go. We're not going to let it go. We're going to keep the number pad. It's going to be a thing. But then they got 3 standard buttons, which is cool. In line with the Mega Drive. And there we go. There are the chips. There they are. The Jaguar CPU and the DSP, digital DSP. That'd be the graphical chip, graphical processor. Living that Jaguar life, a promotional photo for the Atari Jaguar. Oh, that kid is having so much fun. And then they superimpose the Jaguar over the top of his NES. Yeah, see, that doesn't even look like it's there. That doesn't even look like it's actually there. They just stuck it onto the pictures, like, where did you learn to Photoshop? Yeah. And of course they're advertising Cybermorph. Amazing. Amazing. Let's get to it then. Let's finally take a step in. Packed with every Jaguar system at launch, Cybermorph is a polygonal 3D shooter in which the player could fly freely around 40 different planets. This polygonal shooter, in which players had the freedom to fly in any direction they wished, came packed in with each Jaguar console at launch. A sequel, Battlemorph, was released in 1995. Oh, here we go. Okay. Autobahn? Autobahn. Autobahn. Get it? Get it? Autobahn? Yeah, okay. Codex. Ennis. Gris Madre. Capital. Zual. Olope. MF. Oh, that's okay. We're gonna go with Autobahn because I love a pun. That's not true. Yeah. Use the speed of the T-Griffin to round up all supply pods laying abandoned in the valleys. Avoid kamikaze patrols. They ram you when you get near them. Oh dear, here we go. Good luck. Good luck. Do I get to Cybermorph? Wait. Can I go forward, please? How do I go forward? Oh, wait. Like, don't get me wrong, right? Actually, no. Do you know what? This is a bit rough, isn't it? Am I supposed to be... I think I'm supposed to be collecting these things.
Avoid the ground.
Thank you. Am I supposed to be... Oh, am I just supposed to be blowing those up? Okay.
Ouch.
Ouch. Okay. Thank you.
Well done.
I just don't like her voice. Yeah, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Whoa! Yeah, they really are kamikazes, aren't they? Bloody hell. Oh my goodness, the controls are so loose.
Well done.
Yep. I think I hope I'm supposed to be blowing those things up. But look. Oops. Yeah, that wasn't. Oh no, what'd I do? What'd I do?
Ouch. Good work.
My goodness, no. The draw distance on this thing is so bad.
Good work.
You know what? I said that I found the controls to be a bit loose, but actually I kind of like them, honestly. It's a little bit oh my goodness. No. It's very loose. It feels like it's overly sensitive, but once you kind of get to the hang of it, the controls aren't that bad. Oh look, forward, fire, reverse, dive, climb. Cool, thank you. That's not really that helpful. And I can't deny. Let's go to Emeth. Yeah. I can't deny that I really like the animation of the ship itself.
Good luck.
As it transforms when you go faster and slow down and stuff, you know? It's really cool. Oh, I can actually go backwards. Ah.
Well done. Ouch.
The only problem is, as you can see, this is a 64-bit system, right?
Well done.
And...
Ouch.
Damn it. And while this is absolutely leagues ahead of Star Fox, I can't blow those up. Okay. While this is leagues ahead of Star Fox, it's not N64 level, is it? You know? This is supposedly a 64-bit system, but it's not really.
Ouch. Ouch.
It's not really like what you'd expect from a 64-bit system. It feels very primitive. Even if it is better than some of the offerings on the Super Nintendo, which was a 16-bit system, it doesn't really feel 4 times the Star Fox, does it? Hang on. There's a thing there. There's a crab thing there. There's a crab thing there. Yep. Wow. That... I died really quickly, didn't I? Okay. Find the pods, grab them, and get out quick. What pods? What am I looking for? these things?
Good luck.
Oh dear. Wait, toggle music.
Well done.
Okay, so... Oh, hello. Hang on a minute. I can follow this little arrow, I just realized, on my radar.
Good work.
Oh, there's some enemies coming, though. Oh my goodness, where are these things?
Avoid the ground.
Yes! I know, avoid the ground. I'm aware that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh no. Ah, there we go.
Well done. Only one more.
I don't like her voice though. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm loving the vocal, well, it's not really a vocal synthesizer, it's actually, you know, a recording. But I just don't like her voice.
Where did you learn to fly?
She said the thing, let's pack it up, folks. She said the thing. Oh no.
Where did you learn to fly?
Shut up! Wait, she said last one, but the thing at the bottom says 2 pods.
Good work. Portal now open.
Oh, portal open. Oh, okay. Oh, where are you? You the portal? I think that's the portal. Hey, look, I finished a level in Cybermorph. Yikes. Okay. Pods rescued 6th. Extra bonus. Oh, so there was another one. Right. Okay, fair enough. I understand. Thank you, game. Right. Control this. Right. Let's go to Zool. There is no Atari, only Zool.
Good luck.
Sure thing. Right, so this gives me right view, rear view, left view, front view. This says toggle music, but it doesn't do anything. And that's cockpit view. Oh! Interesting.
Ouch. Well done.
Okay, let's see how this works from cockpit view. What? Ah! It really doesn't. How does it work from cockpit view? It doesn't. Ooh, what's this? Oh, what did I just do? What did I just do?
Ouch.
Oh. Ouch. Oh, he's trying to steal the... Get off!
Well done.
He's trying to steal the probe thingy. Where am I going? Wait. Do I follow the arrow? Oh, there's a, like a... Oh. Oh! Let's, oh my goodness! Ow. Oh. Right. Okay, yeah, that would have made...
Only one more.
That would have made more sense.
Ouch. Portal now open. Avoid the ground.
Shut up. Okay. I'm out. Right. I'm gonna follow this arrow and see what happens. Let's see if I can find... Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to. Oh, I didn't want to go through there. I want to try and see if I can find any more pods. There's the portal. Okay, so the yellow arrow points towards the portal. So I want to go... What is that? What is that? What is that? Ah! Being attacked, though.
Avoid the ground.
Yes. Avoid the ground. Yeah, I know. Normally I would be avoiding the ground, but, you know.
Avoid the ground.
The draw distance is kind of ridiculous. What the hell is that? What was that? Okay. So this is Cybermorph, and I feel like Cybermorph has gotten a lot of flack. It's not a good game. It really isn't. But maybe it's not in. It doesn't deserve all the hate that it gets. I know it got a lot of hate because Angry Video Game Nerd did a video on it, right? And he hates this game. And I can completely understand why. Because it's not fun. There's no music, even though I've got a toggle music button. There doesn't appear to be any music. I don't know if that's a thing that was in the original or whether it's just this, but that's not working. The controls are very loose and it feels loose. And while that at first feels like a bad thing, it's actually not terrible. The controls are really sensitive, they're very responsive, and they kind of have to be because the draw distance is shorter than, you know, than the end of your nose. It's so small. The draw distance is terrible. I would say, Joseph, I do agree. It's it does feel like it's SNES level with an FX chip. But I actually think it's a little bit more. I think it's a little bit better than SNES with FX chip. But it's by no means N64. You know, it's not a 64. It is a 64-bit system, but it's not using that power. It's not utilizing it in a way that is actually beneficial for the game. You know? I feel like this game could have been so much more. If this is a better system, if this is the system that is supposed to rock everyone, then why isn't it? You know? Why is this the limits of the game on the Jaguar? It's a shame. I feel like they definitely had a good idea, you know, jumping over the generational gap. Ignoring 32-bit entirely and going for 64, that sounds good. But, like, what else was going into that? What else was in the Atari Jaguar? Because it's not just down to the bits, you know? I wonder, do they have the ad? I don't think they... Oh, look, and there's an overlay, look, for the number pad. So they were still using the overlay system, which they've been using since the Atari 2600. So that's not bad. I don't have a problem with that. I actually kind of like the overlays. But yeah, it just kind of... Where's... I genuinely feel like, where's the rest of it? I'm gonna guess that it doesn't have the best processor. I'm gonna guess that it doesn't have the most RAM in the world. But being 64-bit, it doesn't mean much if you got nothing backing it up, you know? Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy. Anyway. Right, okay. What? Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy. We caught a glimpse of this at the end of the last stream, but still, what? One of 2 games available when the Jaguar launched. You gotta be kidding me. The Jaguar launched with 2 games? Cybermorph and Trevor Fur. Sorry, Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy. Trevor McFur's side-scrolling space shooter gameplay also let players choose their starting planet, which was uncommon at the time. Alright, let's... Now, is it really choosing a starting planet? That's the question I've got here. Is it really choosing a starting planet? Osseous is a dry desert moon, sealed by a layer of gaseous radiation, which makes for a spectacular colored sky. A to advance slides, B starts the game. Okay. You're joking. No way. They literally just took a photograph. They literally just took a photograph of someone wearing full military gear, medals and all, and just copied and pasted a lion's head on top of it. His name is General Patent. I have no idea whose photograph they used to make this, but I hope he was proud. Greatest contribution to the world was being the general in Trevor McFur. Oh dear, okay. Corporal McFur, this is General Patent. We just lost an armada an hour ago. Wow. That's firing material right there. Recon report shows something called Audit has entered your sector. Heads up, McFur. No, it's not audit, it's audit. You're being audited, General. That's the reason why the Armada was lost. The IRS took it because you were audited. I think he's misunderstood. Press fire to continue. Oh dear. Here we go. Oh no. Oh, it just kind of just exploded. Oh my god. There's so many obstacles. What the? I tell you what they've done. They tried to make asteroids into a side-scrolling shooter. That's what they've done. That's why the asteroids explode into smaller asteroids and try to... Oh my goodness, no. Wow. Oh. Did that just pop? What? It does! When you shoot the purple thing, it goes pop. Yeah, this is chaos. Everything you destroy turns into smaller shards to attack you. That is assuming that they're not shooting at you already. This is so bad. 64-bit, ladies and gents, the most powerful system. Oh, excuse me, on the market. I couldn't even get through that. My body was rejecting my words. Oh, look at that, I got 2 shots now. Oh, this is awful. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. That was a rock. That was not a thing I could collect. That was a rock. Look at how fast things come out, though. When you hit something... Oh my goodness, that's following me. Not only are the things that come out of the rocks unpredictable, look how fast they move. It's literally going pop. It's literally going pop. Every time I shoot it, it's going pop. Oh my goodness, this... Wait, is this like a boss? The screen stopped scrolling. Oh my god, that was the boss. Osseous will be mine forever, warrior. My minions will destroy you. Nothing but A rank writing in this game. Oh wait, no, this is the boss. Oh, hello. This is awful. Good grief. Oh, do you know what? It plays like an arcade game. I can't even hurt this thing. Oh wait, can I? No. Oh wait, yeah, I guess I kinda can. Oh, I am hurting it. There's no indication that I am hurting this thing, but I am. Like, it's not flashing, there's no sound effect. There's nothing. Oh my goodness, it's just a bullet sponge. All it is a bullet sponge. And it's literally a case of game over. Oh wait, it's not even... Oh, it didn't even let me continue that time. Right. That's a bad game. That's a bad game. That is so... That is awful. I thought Cybermorph was going to be bad. Compared to this? Compared to Cybermorph? Oh, sorry. Compared to Trevor McFur? Cybermorph is Game of the Year winner. This is... Wow. What's with this early era furry bait that we've got going on here. I don't know, that's kind of weird. What happened for Atari to lose its touch? I don't know, it looks like it got invaded by furries. Was Jack not enough drugs? I'm gonna go with not enough drugs. The games were great when they were high. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that Jack Tramiel, or possibly Sam Tramiel, was a secret closeted furry, and that's why we've got the Jaguar and the LINKS, and the very first game, one of the release titles is like furry bait on the cover. It's yeah, okay. Allegedly, in Minecraft. I've got no evidence to suggest that this might be true, but yeah. Desperate furries, the worst kind. Evolution Dino Dudes. Known on other platforms as The Humans, Evolution Dino Dudes is a platform puzzle game in which you have to lead a tribe of early humans through a series of puzzling levels. This is essentially like, Lemmings. Crouching CEO Hidden Furry. An excellent example of the platform puzzle hybrid genre. Evolution Dino Dudes asks players to guide early humans to use basic tools and work together, sometimes even building human ladders to achieve different goals on different levels. Let's give this one a shot. Yeah, the Humans was a good game. This is a game that I recognize as well. It's kind of weird that it's called Dino Dudes, though. We'll go to easy level. Oh, wait. Normal? Yeah, no, we'll go to normal start game. Coming up, level 1. You will need 4 Dino Dudes to play this level. Your tribe now has 10 members. The code for this level is round 1. Your score is 0. Okay. Discover the spear. Okay. Oh, right, okay. So apparently I need 4 dudes to be able to... Can I just... Okay. Just curious how I switch to different Dino Dudes. Or if I can switch. Has game paused? Oh wait, no, I didn't mean... Actually, yes I do. I want to see the controls. Climb up, climb down, pick up or drop an object, walk left, walk right. Activate power bar, activate action. Next Dino Dude, ZR. Previous Dino Dude, ZL. Okay. I was pressing ZL, I wonder why. Oh! Oh! Okay, now it's working. Okay. So, I've got to guide my Dino Dudes to discovering the spear. Oh, there's the spear. Okay, so what I need to do then is that. Okay. Oh, I'm about to run out of time. You ran out of time. Restart the level. Okay. I think I got it. I think I understand. Right, okay. So what I want to do is have him here. Do that. Next one. Do that. Like that. I think. Am I doing this right? Oh, okay. No, that's not gonna work. Bloody hell, the time limit is short, isn't it? Can I drop down there? Yeah, I can. Oh, I can just drop down there. Don't need to climb up. Okay. I'm gonna run out of time again. But I know what to do now. Wow, it got such a limited time. Okay. Oh no, up. There we go. Wait, I'm not entirely convinced that it's possible to do it in this amount of time. It seems a little bit short, doesn't it? Okay, how about if I use you? Okay, maybe it is possible, actually. No, it's not. Okay, I need this guy. It does say that I needed 4 humans to do it. Oh. There we go. Can I pick you up? No, wait. Alright, I couldn't pick up the spear. Screw this game. You failed to evolve fast enough. Better luck next time. Oh, what a shame. Alright. Screw this game. Alright, yeah. I'm sure that game is significantly easier when I'm not having to play it on a controller. Right? This is by far not the best display of what the Jaguar had to offer. If you came here thinking that I was going to be like, look how good the Jaguar is. No. I don't think the Jaguar is actually a great system whatsoever. It's a shame that we're not talking about the LINKS anymore. I really do like the LINKS. But, hang on. It's literally called Malibu Bikini Volleyball. Originally announced as Malibu Beach Volleyball, this sports game for the LINKS was eventually retitled to put the focus on the handful of pixels worth of attire sported by its competitors. An early project of the Atari-focused handmade software development studio, Malibu Bikini Volleyball's beach sports action also allowed players to switch the musical tracks mid-game, unusual for the time. That's what you want to focus on. Not the fact that, not the bikini. I think Atari wanted to focus on the bikinis. You want to focus on the music. Okay. Fair enough. Look, if they're gonna put so much of an emphasis on the bikinis, right? This better be like amazing, right? What am I saying? It's a 10 out of 10 game. Oh, come on! Alright. That squares. Speed of ball. Number of points to win. Wind strength. Friendly level 1. Okay, okay. Oh, wait. It's only one player because I'm not actually connected to anything. Whatever. I don't know. I mean... Wait. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm starting to see an issue here. It's my lack of capability to play a sports game. Okay. Yeah. So, me clearly not understanding the rules of beach volleyball, that kind of helps, you know? Oh, come on. I was right there. Oh dear. The animated, sorry, the pixelated boobies are just not worth it. It's not worth it. Yeah, I got one. Hey! How does this game even work? Or am I supposed to... Did I win? Wait. Shouldn't I win from that? I have no idea how this game works. Oh, I'm there. Right, okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so she keeps completely whiffing it right now. Right, there we go. Oh, I can actually... Wait, I can actually control myself when I'm not... I didn't realize that I could control myself when I wasn't in play. Okay. You know, considering they were beating me 10-0 up until, like, a few seconds ago, they actually kind of suck, don't they? This is my amazing comeback. That's what we're looking at here. This is my amazing comeback and my realization that I'm actually an amazing volleyball player. And I'm gonna quit streaming and become a volleyball player. You know, one thing I am noticing is for a game that is called Miami Bikini Volleyball, only my opposing team is wearing the bikini. Oh, come on! I'm literally standing there. What? I don't, game, I don't know what you want from me. I seriously don't know what you want from me. I'm standing in the square. I am pressing the button. Okay. Apparently I suck at volleyball. I want to be the first, you know, I want this to be the first place that I announce my retirement from beach volleyball, and instead I will be returning to streaming as of now. Queuing up the competition. Following the test market in 1993, the Jaguar was made available across the United States in early 1994. Who were the test audience? And what time were they needed back at the insane asylum? This magazine ad, which ran in the February 1994 issue of Gaming Magazines, took a direct aim at the 16-bit consoles that dominated the industry at the time. Where did you learn to fly? See, checkered flag, it says coming soon. Like with Cybermorph, you've got a picture there that shows the draw distance. Sucks. Right? Checkered flag seems to suggest that there is a pretty decent amount of environment in this game. I wonder if that would even run. Trevor McFur. Why is Trevor McFur the first game on the list? A Tiny Toons game as well. Okay. It's kind of sad though when you're looking at this. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna want to buy a Jaguar. And there's only 2 games that say available now. That's not good. That's not good. Oh heck. Did they really? Did they really just use Sonic and Mario and Yoshi in their ad? Oh no. Did that get you sued today? Here's something to know on. The Jaguar Interactive Multimedia System has a mind-blowing 64 bits of power compared to a wimpy 16 bits for the competition. 64 bits means 16 million colors in a 3D world. 16 million colors. Okay. In a 3D world. Breakneck speeds. Cat-like control. And you need cat-like control because you can't see in front of you. Doesn't have the draw distance. And special effects you see in the movies. Just want to let everyone know Jurassic Park was out at this point. Just let that sink in for a second. Special effects like you see in the movies. Jurassic Park existed. Hell, Star Wars had existed since the 70s. And if you want to get technical, alright, we're talking about computer graphics. Pretty sure the Lawnmower Man was out as well. When did the movie release? 1992. So yeah, Lawnmower Man was out too. Not the greatest graphics in the world. Better than this. Just like the movies. Okay. How does it sound? Well, if this ad had volume... Wait, how does it sound? Well, if this ad had a volume button, your mother would be yelling at you to turn it down. Car crashes, alien screeches, jet engines, absolute silence except for a sarcastic, annoying cyber woman asking me where I learned to fly. Okay, perfect sound. That's exactly what I'm looking for. CD quality sounds that'll make you jump out of your seat. To turn the console off! When you do, make sure to run to the nearest store. Everyone else will be there chomping at the bit to buy one. That just wasn't true. No one wanted a Jaguar. What we're really saying is Jaguar's 64 bits eats the competition alive. Sink your teeth into it and you'll see what we mean. Get bit by Jaguar. Rawr. It really didn't sell well. Like, I can't even begin to tell you. It was really bad. LINKS kicks their butts. Although Atari had pulled back on its support of the LINKS, it continued to create new games and advertise the system. Obviously. It was new at the time, but the idea of running like multiple systems side by side, handheld and console, was... I mean, I guess Nintendo were doing it. And Sega were doing it by this point, so... Interesting. Although Atari had pulled back support on the LINKS, it continued to create new games and advertise the system, as seen in this ad that ran in February of 1994 issues of gaming magazines. LINKS kicks their butts. So you got Dracula there, you got Jimmy Connor's Tennis. Lemmings? Yes, okay, I'm down for Lemmings. GamePro magazine gave the LINKS a 5. And that's out of 5. So, yeah. Interesting. LINKS has a 3.5 screen, but Game Gear has a 3.2 screen. LINKS has over 4,000 colors, but Game Boy has 2. Yeah, they couldn't say Game Gear on that one because Game Gear's got the same number of colors. LINKS has 16 bits graphics engine, but Game Gear has an 8. That's true. The LINKS was superior to the Game Gear, straight up. LINKS had a molded... Oh, sorry. LINKS has molded rubber hand grips. The Game Boy has plastic. So did the Game Gear. Just plain plastic. I don't know if... Why do they keep... Am I reading too far into this? Hang on. We're starting off with Trevor McFurry, right? With I'm sorry, I feel uncomfortable with these bedroom eyes, right? So the very first game to release for the Jaguar was, or second, I guess, first alongside Cybermorph, the launch game is Furry McFurface. And they're still pushing this idea of rubber. Is it me, or is Atari basically turned into a kink show? Am I reading too much into it? It seems a bit weird. LINKS has molded rubber grips. So? Okay. Look, I don't like to kink shame, right? But it's easier for me to not kink shame when you're not rubbing it in my face. Where else were they going to take their drug consumption? Well, fair. LINKS allowed up to 8 players. Allows up to 8 players. Game Boy allows up to 4. 2, I believe, at this point. Oh, no. Wait. No, the original Game Boy could have 4. Yeah, that's right. LINKS has right or left hand play, but Game Boy and Game Gear does not. I still think that is probably... Forget about the rubber grips. If we want to talk about what the LINKS had that no other system did, we need to talk about the 16-bit graphics engine, we need to talk about the 3.5-inch screen, and we need to talk about the fact that it's got accessibility. I know today, like Kiko mentioned earlier, left and right-handed doesn't really matter. You know? People get used to what they've got. But this was something, this was a big deal. At least as far as I'm concerned, this is a big deal. Accessibility options. in 1993 or 1994. This was February in 94. And, you know, going all the way back to when it released in 1991. That's kind of a big deal, I think. It very least shows, even if accessibility by left and right-handedness isn't that big of a deal, it showed that they were trying, that they wanted to reach out to people left and right-handed. It didn't matter. And it could also come down to, take this into consideration, right? Imagine if someone's got a disability, right? So someone has got a disability, which means that they don't have the use of all of the fingers on their right hand, something like that. Or they've got less control over their right hand. So maybe they can flip the controller if that is easier for them, you know? Hell, I'd imagine that the ability to flip the control over and use your other hand would actually be really useful for someone who maybe doesn't have two hands. Like, if they've got a left hand or a right hand and little more than a stump on the other side, they could still play the game and use, you know, their wrist or their arm or whatever they've got to be able to hit the buttons. It's an accessibility option, and it doesn't just come down to left and right-handedness. It can affect people in other ways as well. It gave people the ability to play games in the way that worked best for them. And I think that's incredible. I think that's incredibly forward-thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that's really impressive. That's impressive to me. And I'm a big fan of accessibility option. I don't know if you knew this, but the reason that I've got this streamer info section at the bottom here was actually because I started off trying to figure out how to do a speech to text. I wanted to have live subtitles. I couldn't get it to work, unfortunately. So I ended up turning the section into stream info. But my original plan was to have live subtitles. I wanted there to be subtitles. I'm going to try to figure out how to do that going forward. I still want to do that. But that's something like, I think it was Plague Doc sent me a link to an app that supposedly worked for that. And I couldn't get it to work. But, yeah. I think I want people to be able to enjoy these streams. I want people to, like, even if you can't hear what I'm saying, I wish there was some way to have subtitles. I don't know. That's kind of gone off on a tangent, but still, yeah, I really like accessibility options. I like accessibility options because it means that more people can enjoy video games. They're not limited by a disability or something that's beyond their control. And they can experience video games the same way that the rest of us do. But yeah. You have been warned. A 4-page advertisement on the March 1994 issue of Gaming Magazines gave players a closer look into the upcoming game releases scheduled for Jaguar. This is 1994, okay? So the Jaguar actually launched in November 19... Oh no, wait. Oh, wait. November 23, 1993 launch date. Okay. So it was November, because that's his test audiences. Okay. So that they calling the November date the actual launch date, even though it's... Okay, fair enough. Alright, that's up to them. I would have said that the actual launch would have been a bit later, but okay. Yeah, in early 1994. See? Okay. So, March 1994, despite the fact that the test and what they called the launch was in November, 64 exploding bits of raw power, 16.7 million brain-burning colors, and 3D graphics real enough to make you blow chunks. Well, that's nice, isn't it? I've always wanted a video game that would make me feel sick. You've been warned. Here's the games that are coming. Yeah, so they're still advertising the same games. The Humans, Cybermorph, Raiden. Raiden was available on other systems as well. And Trevor McFur. Checkered Flag, yeah, still hadn't released. Alien vs. Predator. Now, okay, that's actually a really good game. I gotta give it to him, that one. Alien vs. Predator is an outstanding early title. And it was really good on PlayStation as well. The funny thing is, Alien vs. Predator is the first game to use the modern setup for first-person shooters on console. Right? And Alien vs. Predator, this was when it released on the PlayStation, right? So it's got trigger on R. It's got grenade. I think it's on Y. Not Y. What is it on? Square. You know. It's got strafe on L1 and R1. It's got movement on the D-pad. And like this was the setup, and it was like the first time that this setup was ever used on a console, and it would go on to become the default setup for first-person shooters. Alien vs. Predator was panned across the board for having shitty controls. Seriously. That's... Stuff like that blows my mind. Okay, we got Drive Club as well, which is another game that they haven't mentioned so far. You've never experienced racing like this. No guardrails here. You could drive anywhere, including 70 square miles of San Francisco, the frontier towns of the Old West, or maybe some innocent bystander's living room, as you chase down your opponent in a fast-paced, real-time 64-bit game of tag. Hey, that kind of... That sounds interesting. Club Drive. Okay. I'll keep an eye out for that one. And Tempest 2000. Jaguar takes the best bits of 1981's arcade classic and adds 1994's 64-bit intensity. You could choose between two modes: Tempest Classic, the same ultra-challenging game that used to eat your quarters, and 2000, a souped-up 64-bit version with 3D graphics, awesome power-ups, and hostile enemies for 1 or 2 players. Interesting. So, yeah, yeah. There's not a lot of meat here, you know? They keep talking about it. Oh, yeah, 64 bits of raw power. But when you actually look at what they're offering, okay, you got Cybermorph, sure. That's, that looks 3D-ish. That looks like something we haven't seen before. Then you've got the humans. You've got Raiden. You've got wherever this is. It looks kind of 3D-ish. But after playing it, it definitely doesn't play like a 3D game. Hang on, we've got Checkered Flag 2. That looks 3D. And, honestly, that picture of Alien vs. Predator is not very easy to get an idea of what it is that you're looking at. It looks like it's a first-person shooter, which, of course, I know that it was. But that could literally be anything. Club Drive, literally just a picture of a map. And Tempest. What exactly are you trying to sell me on here? That's not very good marketing. Tempest 2000. One of the most critically acclaimed and best-selling games for the Jaguar. Tempest 2000 was an update of the classic arcade machine, given new life by legendary designer Jeff Minter. The psychedelic graphics and the sounds and the old-school gameplay were a thrilling combination, giving the Jaguar an unlikely killer app. Now, and I think that's fair enough. Tempest is a classic game. It is a game that many people loved. And this new take on Tempest, that would be a system seller. You know, people still remember Tempest. Let's take a little look. I'm no good at Tempest. I suck at Tempest. But we're gonna have a little go. Okay, so it's not really 3D, but it is using the power of the Jaguar. It still looks very pixelated though, doesn't it? It doesn't look like this is anything more than what you'd expect from a Super Nintendo. I do like the warping. The scaling and warping is really cool. Why is the cursor saying Yex? Yex. Y-E-X. Okay. Tempest 2000. Oh, see, now this is cool and trippy. And it is using that warping and scaling effect. I do like the warping and scaling effect. That is the wrong... Ah, no. Oh, wait, were those power-ups? Oh, I was avoiding those. Oh, cool. You know, I'm a lot better at this version of Tempest than the classic one. That's for sure. Nice. Okay. Do you know what? No, I want to take it one step further. I'm gonna say this looks better than a SNES. This definitely looks better than a SNES, right? This is definitely, we're talking PlayStation here, okay? But I don't feel like this is like early PlayStation, you know? Like, it's not like it's something that... Oh, damn, I got hit. It's not like it's something that is gonna be, like, the big selling point for a PlayStation game, you know? It's got the cool effects, it's got the cool graphics that you might expect from a PlayStation. But it's like not much more than that, is it? It's a very early PlayStation. It's very much looks more like a tech demo than anything else. And you know what? This game was actually, oh damn, he did shoot me. This game was actually available on PlayStation. Tempest 2000. I think it sold quite well too, actually. Going the wrong way. Hang on, I don't know what I'm doing. The one thing about Tempest that can really get you is the way that the way that you control Tempest with the left and right movement. Like when you're on the ceiling or when you're on the top, you might think to yourself, "Oh well, I'm gonna be, I want to go left," but because you're on the top, you actually, you know, you actually end up going right. But yeah, I actually played this on PlayStation. That's where I played Tempest 2000. I didn't have Jaguar. Oh, wow, okay. Collect power-ups, it's telling me. Yeah, I keep missing the power-ups because I just see something coming towards me and I think to myself, no, I don't want to get hit by that. Oh, nope, he got me. Last life? Last life. Got it. And yeah, Fructose, I agree. The music is really good. Mintner had an amazing idea for this game. Really took the idea of Tempest, which was already like a strong 3D game, given the fact that it was, you know, released in arcades and it was released on the Atari 2600. It was still like a really strong 3D game, you know? And yet, you know, here... Oh, I got done. Here we have it actually in 3D. Oh, we're seeing the world as it was imagined up by Mintner. I like this shot. This feels like I'm doing more. Does that make any sense? It feels like I'm... Oh, no, it got done. But you can see how this game, it's using the 3D to its advantage. It is definitely a lot better than what we've seen. I like the way it's using the warping and the sprite manipulation like you're seeing here, this shadowing effect or ghosting effect. I like the way that the game... It really works. It really works as a 3D game. And I think that Tempest 2000 was fantastic. It was fantastic on PlayStation as well as on the Jaguar. But that's the thing, is that it didn't really... Jaguar may have done it first, but it didn't do it better. That's what I'm trying... That's what I think I'm trying to get to. The PlayStation wouldn't be too far behind this. And that was 32-bit and still looked better than the Jaguar. You know? That's the problem. They had 64-bit, and this is what I said at the beginning. They didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know how to utilize it to the best of its capabilities. Tempest has done a really good job. But I can't imagine that you'd get a game like Spyro the Dragon or Crash Bandicoot running on a Jaguar. You know? It's got all of that extra power, but what's it doing with that power? Oh, damn, I didn't even hit the scoreboard. But yeah, there we go. Tempest 2000. Jeff Minter's psychedelic reworking of Dave for goodness sake. Of Dave Thura's abstract arcade shooter added power-ups and a techno soundtrack. It helped define Atari Jaguar's console in a crowded mid-90s market. Tempest 2000 became one of the platform's most successful titles, selling more than 30,000 copies. And that's not terrible, you know? Not terrible. 30,000 copies. Oh, here we go, Club Drive. One of the first games announced for the Jaguar, Club Drive, did not ship until November 19... An entire year? They're pushing this game right here, look. And it took an entire year since the console's release for Club Drive to come out. That's not good. Guys, I can't even begin to... That's not good. That's awful. Let's give it a little go, though. It does look interesting. A semi-open world driving game. Club Drive lets players cruise down Highway 64 and embark on a 3D racing adventure right out of the 21st century. One of the first titles announced for Jaguar, Club Drive was developed by Atari's internal team, so it's no surprise that you can drive up to Atari's offices in the game's virtual San Francisco area. Amazing. So they've got the Atari campus. The Santa Clara building. Okay, I'm a bit curious about this one. Okay. Our music's not great, is it? World, Jerome's pad. Select Planet Todd hidden area. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna click on that one. San Francisco. Car 1, I guess. I don't know. Which one's got the most polygons? That red one looked like it had about 3. So let's have a little look and see what we've got here. Collect the Powerballs. Oh no, that's reverse. Oh no, that's... Oh no. Oh no. Wait, how do I... Rewind? No, how do I change my view? Why am I looking at the front of my... Why is this necessary? Oh my goodness, there we go. No, I don't... Why... That one? Oh my goodness, there we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. Did I just get knocked out of the world? Oh my goodness. Yeah, blistering speeds, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wall. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah. That's your process. Okay. Cool. I want to leave. How do I leave? That looks like an up ramp. That's a wall. I keep getting knocked out of the universe. Oh no, 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 it's changed again. How did I reverse? That's reverse. Oh, there's a power ball. All right. Okay, interesting. Right. Yeah, fair enough. Like the voice acting, but definitely supposed to be a ball here or something. What am I looking for? Oh, it's the yellow car. I thought this was supposed to be like an open world San Francisco sort of thing. I'm stuck in a car parking lot. Every time I try to leave, it teleports me back in. Am I missing the point? God damn it. Yeah, I just keep looping around the same building. Where am I supposed to go? Oh my goodness. Oh no, the console did not like that. What if I just hit the... Oh, okay. I was thinking, what if I hit the edge just like really, really hard? Would I fly? I came here looking for San Francisco, but I ended up finding... Well, a parking lot, apparently. How do I leave? I thought I could drive up to the Atari HQ. I want to go to Santa Clara. How do I do this? Upper level parking. I want to get out! Oh my goodness. How do I leave though? Oh, there's a ball thing. Alright! What is that? Wait. What's going on? This yellow car. How do I get out? Do I just like ram into a wall hard enough? Oh, apparently ramming into the wall hard enough is an option. That certainly got me out of the parking lot and out of the universe. Oh, pfft. Dory just drove under me. It's cool. Maybe if I hit 88 miles an hour. I can pass through reality. Oh! Oh! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The car certainly is trying to get out of reality. Look at that, you can really see all 7 polygons on this car. Wait. What did that say? Oh, pfft. Hang on. I think if I go this way... Oh, wow. Camera. Okay. Interesting. That's your method. Alright. Wow. I'm loving the camera angles in this game. Hmm. Oh, pfft. Cool. Self-writing mechanism. Oh, no, no, wait. Self-wronging mechanism. Do you know, I'll just reverse. Is there any more balls? Is there any more balls? I feel like I need more balls. I need more balls in my life. Can anyone see any balls? There's a ball. So maybe I have to collect all the balls before I can leave the parking lot. Which could be an issue because I seem to be a terrible driver. I can see a ball. Wait, am I supposed to... I thought I was supposed to be competing with the other car for balls. Well, I mean, like, he's not getting the balls either. Where is this ball? It's here somewhere. Hang on. There we go. And the other one, new one spawned right next to that previous one. Gotcha. Game over. Anyway, price drop. In early 1995, Atari officially dropped the sticker price of the Jaguar from $249. Hold on a second. $249.99. In 1993. No, sorry, 94. $500. The Jaguar, the Atari Jaguar, which released in 1990, well, technically 1993, properly released to a wide, consumer release in 1994, cost $249 and had 2 games. $500 to play 2 games. One of which is the furry bait game. Tempest? Don't misunderstand me. I love you very much. You're important to me. You ain't worth $500. Are we starting to understand why Atari kind of failed to make it past the 90s? Are we starting to understand this? The Atari officially dropped its sticker price from $250 to $160, removing the packed-in Cybermorph cartridge to save costs. Of course, so... It's $90 cheaper, but you also don't get the game. Let me just quickly... so it was $506, and it was reduced to... $323. $323. Let's see which of these games are actually out at this point. Aikman NFL Football. It's really impressive. The Jaguar version is the best yet. That was from Electronic Gaming Magazine. It has tantalizing innovations and well-prepared collection of features from GamePro magazine. Syndicate. Okay. We haven't talked about Syndicate. It's not a 3D game. Jaguar strategy fans should be stoked. One of the best Jaguar games. From Game Player magazine. More than 50 missions of mayhem and mob activity. GamePro magazine. Okay. Tempest 2000. One of the most intense video gaming experiences ever. From Next Generation magazine. Further proof that the next level of gaming has arrived. This game sets a new standard for intensity. Die-hard gaming fan. I'm assuming that's a magazine? I've not heard of that one. 10 Editor Choice Gold Awards from EGM. Best Sound, Best Shooter, all platforms, Game Informer. Doom blows the Sega 32X version away. It absolutely did. Okay, you know, I have to give him credit on that one. The Jaguar version of Doom isn't the best, but it's not terrible. It's not the worst either. The best version of Doom for any home system, I don't know about that. But any home system? Console? Maybe? But if you're saying any home system, I would assume that you include PC on that. Doom is a gaming milestone. 10A mega hit. GamePro magazine. The best on any platform including PC for Wolfenstein. I find that hard to believe. If you want riveting action, intense graphics, lots of blood, tons of glory, Wolfenstein delivers. It's candy for your senses, GamePro. I played Wolfenstein on PC. I find it very difficult to believe that it was better on Jaguar. Theme Park, again, it's a PC game. I wouldn't want to play it on Jaguar. Zool 2? Okay, interesting. Alien vs. Predator, a masterpiece and a milestone. AVP scared the hell out of me. Video Games Magazine. AVP's graphics are stunning. GamePro Magazine. Best Jaguar Action Adventure Game. Die Hard Gaming Fan. Jaguar Game of the Year. Game Informer and Game Player. Okay. I mean, Alien vs. Predator was an excellent early first-person shooter. Hover Strike. Okay, hang on a minute. Hover Strike. Now, this is interesting. Hover Strike should blow you away. Why should? I'm waiting for the but. EGM. Okay. With 30 fully texture-mapped 3D levels and 2-player co-op mode, you simply cannot lose with this game. That one sounds interesting. Hover Strike might appear somewhere on this list. Cannon Fodder. I played Cannon Fodder on Amiga. I've also played it on PlayStation. Burnout redefines the term high octane. The fastest motorcycle racing game, bar none. So this is before Burnout became the Burnout we know and love. Fight for Life is basically Yeah, Virtua Fighter. Yeah. That's what it says there. It's super smooth graphics, texture map polygons, gives Virtua Fighter a 1-2 punch. Okay. And Rayman, look at that, right at the top there, Rayman. The control is perfect, and the artwork is phenomenal. The whole game looks like a cartoon. Rayman, the original Rayman was truly a remarkable platformer. But that's all to do with Ubisoft. It's not really because of the Jaguar. And Rayman was accessible. It was on PC, it was on PlayStation, and it's good on all of them. I don't think there is a bad version of Rayman. Iron Soldier, the best game of its kind. Simulation game of the year among all hardware platforms. Gripping first-person game with edge of the seat excitement. Kinda looks like a Gundam game. I hope that one comes up as well. But yeah, very interesting. Jaguar CD, here we go. Atari had always planned to release a CD-ROM upgrade for the Jaguar. Yes, absolutely. Although it suffered many delays, over a year, Atari had always planned to release a CD-ROM upgrade. Oh yeah, I've read that bit. It was eventually released in September 1995 at $150. $150. So, hang on. Let's assume for a second that you bought the Atari when it was at full price, so $250. Right? That's 500 and I've got 508 all of a sudden. Okay, $508. Right? This was another 150. So that's 300. That's $800. $800. Righto. A 790 meg tune-up. An ad from February 1995 boasted of what the Jaguar CD player should add to your system. Unfortunately, would-be buyers would find that the system had been significantly delayed, even though the ad implied it was already available. The most powerful system in the world just got a 790 meg tune-up. If our interactive CD games don't rearrange your brain cells, the built-in virtual light machine will. Throw on your oh, yeah, that's right. It had a... Oh, you can see the Do the Math branding right there. So Atari was actually the first company to create a home music visualization platform. So what you would do is you'd connect up your CD player or your record player or what have you to the Atari visualization center and plug that into your TV, and you would get a graphical visualization of the music created through this device. Well, when the Jaguar released its CD player, its CD add-on, it included the ability to be able to play music, and it had a visualizer. So that's kind of a continuation of that ancient tech that Atari once had. Throw your favorite CD and watch the music morph, contort, and pulsate in psychedelic light. In a psychedelic light show your hippie parents may even appreciate. So, check out the new CD player for the Jaguar. It'll crank the torque up to nuclear proportions. These buzzwords. These buzzwords. It'll crank the torque. Okay, it will. Alright, fair enough. But see, this is something that is possible because of that, you know, the sprite scaling, the pixel contortion, the stretch and morph capabilities of the Jaguar. So this is actually, it's actually a really interesting thing, but at the same time, what does it really offer? Faster streaming of visuals. You didn't get Brett Hull, that's for sure. Nor a photograph of him like that, at very least. You got Battle Morph, which is the sequel to Cybermorph. And it looks like you got Dragon's Lair, but like as an actual full quality version. Unlike the NES version and the SNES version, which is a severe downgrade. Basically, they're entire remakes of that game, but done with sprites and graphics that those systems were capable of. But it looks like the Jaguar, the CD Jaguar version, does actually have the full animation sequences on it. So that's cool. That's at very least really interesting. Highlander. Based on the hit movies and TV series, Highlander will take your swordsmanship to the 64-bit level, available first quarter. If I remember correctly, that Highlander game is based on the animated series, and I was not a fan of that animated series. And Demolition Man. Okay, interesting. Get a Jaguar CD now. This advertisement ran when the Jaguar was actually available in September. I think it means when the Jaguar CD was actually available. Showing off the 4 discs that came with the system. The games Blue Lightning and VidGrid, a demo of Myst, and the soundtrack to Tempest 2000. That's not bad. That's not a bad bunch of pack-ins. I can't fault them for the pack-ins, though I still think that, you know, that's still really expensive. But a demo of Myst, now that's really interesting. Okay. Missile Command for the LINKS. We played a few Missile Commands now. We won't go into that one. Let's continue on. Super Asteroids and Missile Command, the final game that Atari released for the LINKS. Super Asteroids and Missile Command featured upgraded versions of 2 of Atari's most memorable arcade games of the early 1980s. And there we have the classic artwork. Spot the elephant. Can you spot the elephant in this picture? If so, you're probably smart enough to figure out that paying $149 for a 64-bit Jaguar makes more sense than paying over $300 for 32-bit systems. Woof. I mean, the other systems have games. I really didn't want this to be a shit on Atari stream, but can you connect the dot? But you know what? This pisses me off. Not gonna lie, this one really does. Can you connect the dot? Basically treating you like an idiot. And I'm sorry, you're not gonna get me, you're not gonna win me over by calling me an idiot for playing games like Chrono Trigger. When the best you have to offer, well, to be fair, Rayman, but, you know, Rayman is a good game, but, you know. Where did you learn to advertise? Pro Controller. Oh, here we go. The Jaguar's original controller may have had 17 buttons, but many of them were in hard to reach places. Enter the Pro Controller. Released in limited quantities towards the end of 1995, it added 3 more face buttons and 2 shoulder buttons. Well, that's useful. So it took it from a 17-button controller to a 22-button. Interesting. Ruiner Pinball. This video pinball game was one of the final Jaguar titles, as well as the first to use the extra buttons offered on the new Pro Controller. One of the final Jaguar... We're already at the end of the Jaguar? No way. Let's give this one a shot then. Ruiner Pinball offers 2 digital pinball tables, the nuclear war-themed Ruiner and the dark fantasy of Tower, both of which were created specifically for the Jaguar. This was the first title to support Jaguar's Pro Controller. The additional shoulder buttons could be used to nudge the table. Not as flippers. Not as flippers. You can use it to nudge the table. Outstanding. 1995, Atari Corporation. All right. Oh, I suppose they couldn't do that, now that I think about it. You couldn't have the flippers on L and R, because normal controllers wouldn't have L and R. Yeah, okay, fair enough. So what is the quality of it? I want to look at Tower. Let's have a look at, I'm gonna want to hope the physics are good. Oh, look at that, 4 players. Okay. Oh no, it keeps going. Right, okay. 5 balls, tiny cam on, normal ball, textured ball. Oh, I see. Normal ball, thank you. Factory, hard, factory. I'll just go with factory. I have no idea what that means. Let's see what the buttons actually are. So we've got up. No. Oh. I thought these weren't properly I thought that these weren't properly mapped. I was like, why do they all say left flipper? No, there's the right flipper. Right flipper is A. Okay. Launch ball is B. Okay. Get ready. Welcome to hell. Please hold. Ooh. The physics are okay. Oh, hello. No, they're not. The physics are pretty bad. Oh, hello. There's more to this. Oh, I'm being attacked by bats now. I guess this is one of the benefits of, you know, virtual, pinball that you don't have in actual pinball machines. You can have things like enemies flying in and stuff like that. Oh, but I tell you what. The physics are not great. Yeah. But then again, you know what? I guess I'm just one of those guys. I'm just not interested in virtual pinball, really. There are some good virtual pinball games. I've seen people talking about, like, some of the virtual pinball tables that you have on PC and on the Switch and stuff like that. I've seen people talking about them, saying that they actually, like, really like them. And that's great. More power to you and all that, but I don't know. I just don't feel like virtual pinball really captures the feeling of real pinball. Oh, straight down the middle. Wasn't able to And the other thing as well is, I've mentioned this before, but it's kind of a situation that you get with, with a lot of games that are predicated on, like, dice rolls or, physics in the sense of, you know, in games like this. But there's a strong element of not being sure if you're being screwed, you know? Like, one of the things that I've always complained about was that I bought Blood Bowl for PC when it released. When I heard that they were making a Blood Bowl game, I was like, oh my goodness, I have to buy this. I loved Blood Bowl. Blood Bowl is an amazing game. It's so much fun. And so I went out and I bought it day one. I bought Blood Bowl because I was convinced this was going to be amazing. I couldn't wait to play. And I was so disappointed. I was thoroughly upset by the game. And the reason was that it really felt like the game was just dicking me over. Like, everything is based on dice rolls, right? So, I'd be sitting there thinking to myself, okay, let's roll this dice then. And I would always roll bad, you know? And then the computer player would always roll high. And I'm like, this is a joke, right? This is absolutely a joke. And I guess it's just one of those things. That's the difference between a game like Blood Bowl when you're playing it as a tabletop game. You've got the dice. You roll the dice. The dice say a number, or in the case of Blood Bowl, it shows an image. And that image tells you what happens in the game, right? There's no questioning it. That is what the dice rolled. And you can look at it, and everyone else around the table can look at it, and you can have a laugh about it. Even if you consistently roll really badly, you can laugh about it. It's not that big of a deal, you know? That's not my name. No, it's still not my name. No. Fine, that's my name now. Get it? Every single button was select. But it just doesn't feel the same when you're playing against a computer and the computer is constantly rolling high, and you are constantly rolling low. It feels contrived. It feels like the game is doing that to you. The game is cheating you out of having fun. You can have fun rolling dice, and you roll a 1, and it's like, oh, lol, that's hilarious, I rolled a 1, you know? Oh my goodness, my orc just broke his leg, you know? That's funny. You can have that. When it's a video game doing it, and the video game is constantly rolling 6s, and you can't roll above a 2, it feels like the game is doing that to you. And any sense of fun that you can get, this is the thing about Blood Bowl, about a lot of Warhammer games actually. You can still have a lot of fun while losing. It doesn't work that way with a video game. Because it feels like the game is intentionally screwing you. And I feel like that's the same for pinball games. Sometimes you just go, well, why did that ball go straight down the middle? In an actual pinball arcade machine, you know, an actual physical arcade machine, you can see the ball go straight down the middle, and you're like, ah, well, physics, you know? Actual real world physics. Gravity is against me today. In a video game, yeah, it's kind of makes you wonder. Makes you go, was that real, or did the ball just suddenly stop and drop down the middle? And so long as that idea is there, so long as that thought is at the back of your head, you're never going to have fun. And it's unfortunate, but it's reality. Let's go to the mall. Atari had one more trick up its sleeve for the 1995 holiday season. It partnered with a retailer called Run PC to open a Jaguar kiosk in the Twin Peaks Mall at Longmont, Colorado that November. Not that Twin Peaks. This let consumers get hands-on with the system and learn about it from educated salespeople. This is really cool, okay? Say what you like about the Jaguar, and I will. This is a good idea. It means that people who know what they're talking about are explaining it to you in person. You can say, what is it about this system that makes it worth buying over the competitor? And they can tell you, oh, this is the reason. Do you know who failed really hard at this? Nintendo. With the Wii U. It wasn't just Nintendo. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's entirely Nintendo's fault. But the Wii U was pretty poorly marketed. On one hand, I can look at it and I go, I completely understand why they called it the Wii. The idea of the Wii was that I get to play, and I get to play, and we get to play together. And I love the Wii, right? I love the marketing for the Wii as well. Where, you know, the Japanese businessmen come to the door and like, we would like to play. And I'm like, yes, that's great. That's great advertising. I love that. I love the marketing. We would like to play. Yes, please. And it showed kids and grandparents and everyone in between playing a Wii. It was so good. It really showed that the Wii appealed to a huge, broad consumer base. And I loved that. Then the Wii U came out. And again, I understand the reasoning behind the name. It's playing on that Wii, you know, I would like to play, we would like to play. And now you can play too. You know? It took the 4 players of the Wii, and it gave a Wii U pad. It gave the pad to you. So now you've got asymmetric play, where one player plays as like Bowser or something, like in Mario Party. So all the players are trying to win on the board game, and then Bowser's chasing behind on the pad. And it's a really cool, like, when it's explained, you go, oh, yeah, that makes so much sense. And that's why the U is in the blue box, because the blue box represents the pad. So we are playing, and you can play too. I love it. I love that. You know, that's amazing. I wish they had told someone. Because numerous times I went into game stores and people were asking about the Wii U and they were being told the wrong thing. The 5th link in the Nintendo Land minigame. Yeah, the with the Nintendo Land minigame with the Zelda one, it was everyone had a sword, and then the character, the 5th link had a bow, and you could aim with the pad and shoot, and it was great. And then you had like the Metroid one, where there were people running around, and then the one with the pad was like a flying, was Samus's ship, and it was really cool. And the Ghost one, where everyone's running around in the maze, but then the Ghost is playing on the pad, so the Ghost can see where everyone is. Loads of fun, right? The whole concept, absolutely great. But the problem was, no one knew what it was, and no one cared to find out. And I consider that to be a failure on Nintendo's part. Because one, the story of the name is incredible. It's such a good story. It's a good idea. But they never made it something that people cared to learn about. There was no big, ad being, look, isn't this cool? Isn't this idea really cool? To get people excited for it. And they never followed up with people in stores and told them this is what a Wii U is. To a certain extent, I would definitely put this down to laziness. There was a great deal of laziness that I saw myself, and I went around to multiple EB games here in Australia. I even complained about it to EB games that if you go into an EB game store and you say, what's a Wii U? They'll look at you stupid and then try to sell you a PS4. And I didn't like that. If I was going, like, obviously I knew what a Wii U was. Alright. I actually ended up teaching one of the guys that was at EB Games. There was a junior. He had just started. He was still on probation at the time. Right? And someone came into the store and asked him about the Wii U. And he started to try to explain. And he had no idea where a Wii U was. Because he had not been trained. Or at very least, if he was given a manual to say, this is how you explain the Wii U, he never read it. And I knew the manager. The manager there is a guy I'm friends with. And I just look at him and I go, can I take over? And then I end up telling the customer what the Wii U was, explain to them that no, they didn't need a Wii to be able to play their Wii U, that it's a completely separate system. It's not just an add-on. And then they said, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. I'm going to have to think about that. And they went off and they did their thing. But the guy, the salesman, the guy who was on probation, he looked at me and was like, I didn't know any of that. And that was the problem. A lot of people didn't know, and a lot of people didn't care. And I feel like there was more people that didn't care. Like, I've seen this, you know, you may have guessed, I've been buying consoles for a very long time. But I've seen this my entire life, and I've seen it on multiple fronts. I've gone in looking for N64 games and had people try to sell me PlayStations. I've gone in looking for PlayStation games and had people try to sell me GameCubes. You know? Actually, no, not that last one. There seems to be a bias towards PlayStation, I'll be honest, right? I encountered the one salesperson that actually wanted to sell me an N64. And I distinctly remember everyone else in the store sighing. You know? He was a manager of a game in the UK. I remember the game too. It was on it was in the Queen's Arcade. It's not there anymore because the store shut down. They moved it elsewhere. It's been a long time since 1995. But I went in there and I wanted an N64. I knew I wanted an N64. I started talking to this guy. My parents are with me, and the guy's trying to sell me a PlayStation. And I'm like, I don't want a PlayStation, I want an N64. And I end up talking to the manager of the store, and the manager of the store loved the N64. And when he's like, oh yeah, I get to talk about the N64, everyone else started laughing at him like he was an idiot. You know, like, there he's going off about the N64 again. You know? Because all they cared about was selling PlayStations. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe Sony incentivizes that kind of behavior by giving more money. Maybe people just preferred the PlayStation and, you know, console wars were a big thing. But even today, I see this happening. Like I said, I would go in specifically to ask about Wii U's, and they would constantly be telling me, I don't know, or would change the subject and try to sell me a PS4. Every single time. And it sucks. Because I think the Wii U was a lot better than people gave it credit for. And if it wasn't for the fact that Nintendo were so insistent on re-releasing all the Wii U games on Switch, I think we would have lost an entire generation of games. Because people just didn't care. Because people weren't trying to sell it. Because people weren't trying to understand it. And anytime someone had a question, excuse me, what's a Wii U? You get people that would say things like, yeah, it's like it's like the next Nintendo thing. And I swear to you, not lying, one person that I spoke to said, I don't really know what it is myself. You know, one person was actually honest about it and said, I don't know what the Wii U is. Because they didn't care. And I find that frustrating. And I put some of the, like I said, I put some of the blame on Nintendo, and that's the reason that I'm talking about that. I put some of the blame on Nintendo because Nintendo didn't make it into something that people had to find out about. There was no big marketing campaign. No one went to a store in Brisbane City and went, hey guys, check out this Wii U. look at all these things. Come and ask us what it is that we as Nintendo employees can tell you about this system. Let us give you the information that you're looking for. No one did that. But look at this. Atari are doing that. Atari are literally setting up a kiosk and saying, ask me anything. Yeah, exactly. No, I do agree. I agree, Kiko. Yeah, 100%. The Fallout New Vegas quote about ignorant people is coming up yet again. Oh, tell me about it. Nintendo needed to do more to make the Wii U more exciting. I like the name. I like the idea. I love the concept. It's a beautiful concept. They stumbled, and then you had a lot of lazy people that just didn't care. Which is sad. Because if it wasn't for the fact that the Switch is selling really well and has most of the best Wii U games, I would actually be recommending people go out and buy a Wii U right now. Because they're extremely cheap, and while you don't have access to the eShop, you can still play the physical games. And most of the physical games don't need day one patches. Some of them do. But you know, can't have everything. It's a digital world. And Wii U's are so easy to mod as well. You can modify them. You can download and play the digital games on your Wii U from less legitimate places. Which, of course, I am by no means encouraging. I'm just saying you can. If you really wanted to. Missile Command 3D. I suck at Missile Command in 2D, so we're going to avoid this one. Another update of Atari's classic. Missile Command 3D was created by Virtuality, an early VR company that produced headset-based games for arcades. Atari and Virtuality had partnered to create a VR headset for the Jaguar, which Missile Command 3D actually supported through its virtual gameplay mode. So here we go. The first true VR system for the home. Once again, it's another hit from Atari. Well, I say it's a hit. It's not really a hit from Atari. It's another Atari. Atari have such a good track record of doing these amazing things about 20 years too early. You know? It's like, that would be amazing, Atari, in 20 years' time. That's an amazing idea for a console. Maybe you should do it in about 5 to 10 years. And it's kind of funny, because like I said, Atari's biggest hit is probably the Atari 2600 Plus. Which is a console from 50 years ago. Amazing. Right. Jaguar VR. Atari and Virtuality announced the Jaguar VR headset in early 1995. It was never released. Obviously. Although working prototypes are in the hands of collectors today. So games, like, take in consideration, this thing was going to be made. It was going to connect up to games. Missile Command 3D had the programming for use with Jaguar VR. Games were being released for this. And then it never released. Ah, that sucks. Atari carts. So this is a Mario Kart clone. And it used a bunch of Atari mascots, if you can call them that. Every game console in the 90s needed a mascot go-kart racer. Absolutely. We had Mario Kart, we had Crash Team Racing. Wait, what else was there? Did Sega have a kart? Sega had Sonic R later, but it didn't have a kart game, I don't. Anyway. And Jaguar got it with Atari carts, which starred none other than Bentley the Bear. Yeah, remember him? Yeah, Bentley the Bear. From Crystal Castles. Me neither. But no, it included characters like Space Invaders and stuff like that. Mascot-based go-kart racing games proved particularly popular in the mid-90s. Atari's foray into the genre featured Bentley Bear, star of 1983's arcade game Crystal Castles, as one of its playable characters. Hey, Noctum, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? You complained about his game a lot in one of the early streams. It was probably... No, I don't think I complained about it. It was really, really quick. I don't remember it being as fast as it was. I played the console version though, and that was much better. That was slower. I could actually control that one. I don't think I complained about Crystal Castles. But yeah, Bentley the Bear. Yay, cool, right? Atari carts, miracle designs. Hey, here's a Space Invader. Okay, we're gonna go beginner. Regius. He seems to be a chicken. Scully. I don't know what I don't know where he's from. Pulpito. He's a Space Invader. Ms. Tress. The sprite down the bottom looks fine, but that picture on the left is terrifying. Bentley Bear. Well, there's one we recognize. Bulky. Is he a Space Invader as well? Ptarmigan. Who are these characters? No. No Ya? I would have taken a paddle out of Pong over some of these characters. I'm gonna play the Space Invader, or the Octopus. I'm starting to wonder if he really is a Space Invader now. Boreas Cup? Yeah, we'll go with that one. Diddy Kong Racing came out on 2 years later. I really like that mascot. Yeah. Well, this looks like it's a clone of Mario Kart. Look at that. Look at that Mode 7 gameplay. Wait. Oh. I just killed a bunny, apparently. Hang on. You can't leave the track. Hold on. Watch. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Because I kind of bounced off. What'd that do? Do I have a steering wheel power-up? Is that what that is? Oh, right, okay. Oh. So, the L button turns the music off. That's kind of funny. Why would you need that? There you go. Music off. I think I'm winning. Oh, I am winning. Actually, I kind of like the parallaxed, is that E.T. standing on the finish line? That's not a mascot that you particularly want, Atari. Okay, look, it's not terrible. The control isn't terrible. Like, characters truly are. The control feels good. I think it actually feels a little bit more responsive than Super Mario Kart. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it really does feel a little bit more responsive. No, see, I can't go over that. That's a tree. I think I've activated a special ability, but I don't know what it does. Oh my goodness. Oops. Where am I? Third place. Oh my goodness. I don't like the ice physics. Oh my goodness, that's really annoying. Those rocks right in the middle like that, that's really, really annoying. Out of the way. Get out of my way, Bentley. I got a rabbit. What's that do? I don't know. I'm pressing the button. I think it's making me go a bit faster. But it's almost impossible to steer on this track. I was second. Okay. There's no fanfare for winning. There's nothing. This game really doesn't go above and beyond. Where's the McFur guy? Oh my goodness. Good point. Where's McFur? We need McFur. I demand more McFur. It really feels, I guess you would call it in the UK, we would call it no frills. Those barrels? Or are they dynamite? I can't tell. I do like how the floor is actually 3D. Like, the floor is legitimately three-dimensional, you know, going up and over jumps and bumps and things. That's cool. I like that. What was that? Was that special ability just locks up your wheels? Yeah, okay, I like that the world appears to be three-dimensional with a texture layered over it, and that's really cool. I like that. I don't like the amount of obstacles that are actually on the track. It seems to be a little bit more than necessary. And I still have no idea how I'm actually supposed to use the power-ups. That's assuming I am using them. I don't even know. But it seems to be all very simple. Very... I don't know. It's okay, you know? Or the talking green head from Cybermorph. That would have been... Do you know what? She would have been acceptable. You know? Where did you learn to drive? Okay, so far we're winning. Oh my goodness, they hit you so hard as well. go! So there's no coins in this. You literally just go as fast as your cart can go. That is actually a skid out. What's happening is I'm trying to turn, but instead of actually power sliding or drifting like in Mario Kart, instead you just spin out. And it feels like you've hit a brick wall. Like, it genuinely feels like when you spin out, you kind of feel like you hit something. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, it feels like you've hit something. Well, that was pretty easy. I don't know. I feel like they're definitely trying. This music though. Like, where's the hype? It sounds like someone just died. No, what's happened here is Volky's not actually in 7th. The reason that Volky has 0 points is because he drowned on the beach in that stage. His car went spinning off and careened into the side of a shark. Poor guy died. It's over. I don't even really know who Volky is. Just putting that out there. I think he's that green germ looking guy there. No way. I was literally stuck in the wall. Okay. Interesting. Amazing. Okay. Yay, steering wheel power up. Amazing. Not sure it does, but I got it. Like, when it comes to the power-ups and things in Mario Kart, you don't really need... Oh my goodness, I'm stuck in a... Are you serious? With Mario Kart, you look at an item, you go, oh yeah, that's a shell. So... I'm probably gonna throw that shell at someone because it's a shell, like in Mario, you know? Oh my goodness, these walls are almost impossible to see. Oh my goodness. Oh, the steering is kind of bad, but the problem is when you hit a wall, you just bounce off it. There's no, like, or you get stuck in it. It's the same with the other characters too. Oh my god, that little bit of wall sticking out there is a killer. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now the way that the physics work with the edges of the tracks and things, that's pretty bad. Oh wow, this... Yeah, I can't get over that music. Well, I'm still way ahead. I came in 3rd there, and I'm still in top spot. Wait, did you see that? That... Wait, hang on a minute. Oh! Wait, hold on. I think A is drift. It allows you to hold the drift. Oh, okay. What a stupid place to put it. Because, okay, so B is go and A is drift. It's like whoever came up with this game understood that it needed items, characters, tracks, and a drift button, but didn't fully comprehend why. It's like, we know we need them, but we don't know why we need them. Like, the... Wow, okay. The tracks and the characters are self-evident, you know? You need to be able to play as a character on a track. That's necessary for a kart game. We've got a drift mechanic. We're not sure why, but we do have one. From what we understand, players of Mario Kart enjoy drifting. So we're gonna include a drift button. Have I finished yet? Yeah, I have. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Atari Kart. So glad I played that. Fight for Life. We're not gonna play that one. Fight for Life is essentially a Virtua Fighter ripoff. The final game... The final game? You've got to be kidding me. This was being advertised as one of the games that was coming out shortly after release. Wasn't it? Was it? Was I imagining things? Am I imagining things? I thought it was advertised. Oh, it was here. Yeah, there we go. Fight for Life. There it is. Super smooth graphics, texture map polygons gives Virtua Fighter a 1-2 punch. Yeah, gonna have to convince me of that because I like Virtua Fighter. Let's see how much. Oh wow, there's actually still quite a lot left. Jaguar's math problem. Here we go. Former Atari developers Bill Reebok and Farhan Thomason, okay, discusses why the numbers never really added up for Atari's 64-bit console. Here we go. Stupid ad as well.
I remember sitting in the room with Jack, and Jack saying to all of us, let's go back to our roots.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do at least one more game system.
The controller is quirky. The industrial design of both the CD and the main unit are quirky.
I like
and
the
just
design.
The fact that, like, I guess somebody used the tooling on the main unit to make some kind of dental device. Like,
yes.
It just has like.
Okay, so in case you don't know that, right? The molds for the Atari Jaguar, this shape, this design, was actually sold off. And it was purchased by a company that makes dental machinery. So now, you might go into your dentist or to an orthodontist and see a white version of this on a wall. And from the controller ports, you'll see tools that are being connected, and the cartridge slot is being used as an expansion system, so you can attach other things to the dental tools by plugging it into the cartridge slot. So this whole thing, the Atari Jaguar, was sold off, and when I say the whole thing, I literally mean the whole thing. Like, the rights to the shape were sold off. The molds themselves were sold off. And you know what? I kind of want to get my hands on one so that I can buy an Atari Jaguar and put it inside the dental equipment. So I'll have a white dental tool thing set up next to my TV, and people are like, "What's that?" That's my white Atari Jaguar. You know? It's crazy. Like, the 90s was not fun for Atari. They had a lot of good ideas, but a lot of it collapsed. It genuinely did.
The controllers,
but I love the design. I do think it looks really cool. It looks very space age. It was one step away from being chrome, you know? If they made it entirely out of chrome and put like purple or blue lights all over it, it would have looked so 80s.
Is also inviting.
One of the most interesting things about the architecture of Jaguar was this notion of having the Motorola 68000, which basically was responsible for booting and housekeeping. And then the Tom and Jerry chips.
I mean, I think at the time, 68000 was still a strong processor.
Gotcha.
But obviously it was in the Genesis and other things.
Those are the Tom and Jerry chips.
That
okay.
64-bit experience. But I think there's games out there that took advantage.
There's so many features.
I've heard the Tom and Jerry chip phrase before, but I didn't realize that's what it was we were looking at. Okay. Let me put that back again. Right, okay. Nice, alright. So basically these chips were working side by side to be able to give the Jaguar a lot more power. But, yeah, I don't think it really used it.
The Tom and Jerry chips.
I mean, I think at the time, 68000 was still a strong processor, but obviously it was in the Genesis and other things. So you weren't really getting that true 64-bit experience. But I think there's games out there that took advantage.
There's so
yeah, like you said, it was 64-bit, but you weren't getting that full 64-bit experience because it wasn't. It's old tech. You know? You could have. Let's see if I may be wrong about this, but I think I'm correct. You could have 32 gigabyte of RAM on a PC 10 years ago, and it wouldn't work as well as 32 gigabyte of RAM on a PC today. And the reason for that is because we've gone through various methods by which we distribute that RAM within our PCs. Like, I think we're currently on DDR5? Or is it DDR6? DDR5. So we're currently running DDR5. From 10 years ago, you'd be running DDR2 or DDR3. Right? And despite the fact that RAM is RAM is RAM is RAM, you know, 32 gigabytes of RAM is 32 gigabytes of RAM. It doesn't matter whether it's from 10 years ago or from today, it's still 32 gigabytes of RAM. But how that RAM is used, how your PC has access to it, how fast that RAM works, that's completely different. You know? So, despite the fact that the Jaguar was in fact a 64-bit system, it wasn't using it. It wasn't as good as 64-bit systems that would appear later. You're on DDR3? I think I'm on DDR3 as well, honestly. No, I'm on 4. I think I'm on 4. Pretty sure it's on 4. Actually, no, I can say for certain that it is 4 because I tried to put a DDR3 card into this and I realized it didn't fit. And I was like, oh, I need to buy new RAM. So, yeah. That's the sort of thing, you know? It's a case of, yeah, it's 64-bit, but is it fast enough to be able to actually utilize it? I don't know if it's I don't know if fast is the correct word, but it's that kind of thing. It's not fully utilized as it would be later on.
Features in Jaguar, very chips.
I mean, I think at the time, 68,000 was still a strong processor, but obviously it was in the Genesis and other things, so you weren't really getting that true 64-bit experience. But I think there's games out there that took advantage.
There's so many features in Jaguar that for a developer like Jeff Minter that did 10 plus 2000 for Jaguar.
Oh, I think I really enjoyed playing
this.
2000.
I would say other than Cybermorph, it did not necessarily feel like that quantum leap that we were promised. It wasn't the flying cars, as they say, that we would have in the future, but you could see the potential, and that's what was really cool. You could see the parts of Cybermorph. You're like, oh, fully 3D world compared to something like maybe a Star Fox, which was on rails.
My perspective is the rule of thirds, where if you want to wind up with one really, really great game, you need to lay down 9 bets, because out of those 9, 1/3 probably will ship, and out of those 3 games, one is going to be a hit, the other will be, and the other probably might be a dinger. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they're just.
I understand that. I get where he's coming from.
Behind the Jaguar at that time to be able to do that, when Sega and Nintendo were basically already on their 3.5 generation of consoles. You know,
PlayStation was right behind them as well.
I mean, if Aliens vs. Predator came out as a launch title, maybe the history of the Atari.
Oh, absolutely.
Might have been okay,
different. Yeah.
I think there are a lot.
Hold on, right, okay. If Alien vs. Predator came out on the Jaguar day 1, if that was actually a release title alongside Cybermorph, and we can pretend that the furry game isn't actually in there at all, ever, let's just brain bleach that one. Then I think that people would have had a much better perspective, a much better idea of what the Jaguar could do on one hand, and I feel like maybe from the development perspective, they would have looked at it like, oh, these are the sort of experiences that we need to make on this system. We need to focus heavily on making these 3D games and not so much on these games that are good, like The Humans, like Lemmings, like all of those sorts of games that maybe don't feel like the next gen that we are pushing for. There were a lot of games that Nintendo refused to put on the N64, and the reason was, at very least very early on, was it didn't feel like an N64 game. It wasn't what they were going for. So they were like, we want to make games that feel next generation. We want to make something so that when people think N64, they're going to think the next step in polygonal gaming. They want people to think Super Mario 64. They want people to think games like Mario Kart 64. They want people to think about games like what Rare was offering. So Banjo and Kazooie, Conker's Bad Fur Day. Maybe they didn't necessarily want people to think too hard about Conker's Bad Fur Day, but that was definitely there. Games like Jet Force Gemini, GoldenEye. You know, these are the games that Nintendo wanted everyone to be like, Nintendo 64 are these games. Now, sure, there were 2D platformers on the N64 as well. Mischief Makers, for example. But, they didn't necessarily want to put too much focus on games like that, because that's not what the N64 was. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, it was great marketing for the N64. And Nintendo, everyone looked at the N64 and they were like, oh, this is what the N64 is. It's 3D games. Even if those 3D games were games like Superman 64 or there's so many lesser 3D games that are on the system. But there was like a big push to try to not necessarily hide the 2D games, but it was like, no, we don't want to do that anymore. I think there was a Donkey Kong Country 4 or something that was being talked about. I'm not sure. I could be wrong if it was specifically that game. But they were like, no, we done that. We'll do Donkey Kong Country 3D now. And the other one as well was Mario, Paper Mario. So the idea of doing like a Mario game that was 2D, they were like, well, how can we play with that idea? Can we do 2D Mario in a 3D world? Got Paper Mario. But they didn't want a top-down Zelda. They didn't want 2D Mario games. They didn't want, 2D adventure games and stuff like that. They didn't want platformers anymore. Everything had to be 3D. And that molded and shaped the perception of the system. And maybe that's what Jaguar failed on. Is that that they had the whole of 2 release games. Cybermorph, which was a little bit better than Star Fox. They got some cool animations, a lot of cool movement going on. I did like that. I did enjoy that while I was playing it. It's not particularly fun as a game, however. Star Fox knocks it out of the park when it comes to actually being an enjoyable game. Cybermorph, not so much. A lot of cool ideas, bad execution. But if they had pushed for that to be a, the model of the system, the idea, the shape in people's minds of what the Jaguar could have been, and focus entirely on, no, we want to make 3D games. We're going to make the best 3D games we can, and we're going to make it so that we fully comprehend and understand the system that we've got, so that we can continuously provide software that is beyond what our competitors are doing right now. But they didn't. They failed. They failed miserably because of the 2 release titles. One of them was good ideas, bad execution. The other one was 2D shooter, and a bad one. Hey Fox, welcome to the stream. How are you? Oh, and Tim! Welcome, Tim. How are you two doing today? We're talking about the Jaguar. We're at the end. We are at the end of Atari's lifespan right now. Sorry, we're going back again.
Nintendo were basically already on their 3.5 generation of consoles, at those times.
I mean, if Aliens vs. Predator...
Oh yeah, Alien vs. Predator, fantastic game.
The history of the Atari
outstanding
Jaguar
game.
Might have been slightly different. I think there are a lot more Jaguar fans today than there were when the system actually came out, and it's cool to see people enjoying the system.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still people making games for the Jaguar.
I believe everybody appreciated the innovative aspect, but on the other hand, the software was late. Some of it was a little janky.
A lot janky.
But I think just saying, time heals all wounds, to go onto the Jaguar forums now and look at the love for the system, honestly, like somebody that worked on it, I can't say that I completely understand it, but I totally appreciate it. I'm like, where were you guys like 20 or 30 years ago?
Some of them weren't born.
It made my life like a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is like, you'll find this with a lot of consoles, a lot of systems, a lot of things that come out and they don't do too well. Eventually someone's gonna pick one up and they'll go, you know what, it's not worth anything. I can buy a Jaguar right now for like $20 because no one wants one. So I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna see what I can do with it. And they start messing around and they're like, hey, this Cybermorph game was a really good idea, but they didn't do what they could have with it. You know, if they'd done this, that, and the other, this game could have been a lot better. And so they remake Cybermorph. And they get it running on the Jaguar. And they're like, oh, there we go. We've got a better version of this game that is working on a system that is worth $20. Can we get more value out of this? And then people go out and they buy them. And they have these systems. They have these cheap systems that they want to play with, and they want to see what they can get out of it. They want to see what games they can make, what games they can improve. They just want to take these old systems and go, but what could it have been? And it's people that have that mindset, that have the idea of, what could it have been? What can we do with it now? That's amazing. Those people are breathing new life into these old systems. I am literally freezing. Oh dear. Tim seems to be very, very cold. Being slightly bent. Oh, good. Somehow my cough and my runny nose is worse today. That's probably because of the cold. But it's good to hear that you're feeling better. That's great. Space on me, you can take it. My guy, you can take it. I have been seriously contemplating emptying out the fridge and getting inside. You can have the warmth. You can have all of it. Send me, you know, return addressed envelopes and I'll fill it with as much warmth as I can. Because I don't want it anymore. I'm done. I want to live in the freezer. I'm going to live in Antarctica. And if they try to get me off, I will probably just leave. You can have free AC in Hong Kong? That sounds great. We got expensive AC here. It's on permanently. We've had the AC running for nearly 2 weeks. Because it's so damn hot. The excess warm is causing Sky Gang. That's true. So Noctum, Tim, Menace, and me will go to Australia. And Kiko and Nene will have the choice of our locations. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm down for that. We're just gonna do a swap, or what? I can't wait until they invent teleporters. I genuinely can't wait till they invent teleporters and they become like public access. So it's just gonna be like walking down to the shop. You just walk to the teleport and the teleporter sends you somewhere else. Because it'll be immediately, it's like for 6 months of the year, I'll be living in Canada or in the UK or something during winter. And then I'm gonna go somewhere else for winter for the other 6 months of the year. I'm done. I'll never need summer again. By free AC, I mean the cold air from Siberia. I mean, I like the cold air from Siberia. Can we have more of that in Australia? That would be nice. World tour sounds fun. It does. It really does. Fructose just had a world tour, but I would like one as well, please. Cold air from Siberia is free. Yeah, but it's like not here. Can I have some, please? Jaguar's End. Here we go. At the beginning of 1996, Atari had only sold a total of 125,000 Jaguar systems. and still had 100,000 unsold systems in inventory. At this point, it began planning to leave the console business. Atari merged with a hard disk manufacturer called JTS later that year and sold its inventory to a liquidator, bringing an end to Atari's gaming business. And that was it. That was the end. It just has this weird, quirky history that I think is also inviting. But in general, I'm pretty surprised at the enthusiasm of current Atari Jaguar fans. Baran Thomason from Atari Game Producer. That's the guy we just listened to. Atari's new millennium. In 1998, the toy company Hasbro acquired the Atari assets, which it then sold to the game publisher Infogrames in 2000. In 2003, Infogrames renamed itself to Atari Inc. and is now known as Atari SA. In 2021, Atari released the new Atari VCS, a mini PC inspired by its classic consoles. And this was it. This is the Atari VCS that released a few years ago for way too much money. For way too much money. Way too much money. It was like $800 Australian. I nearly picked one up. I nearly picked one up because it was on sale for $500. And I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to see one that cheap again. Yeah. This was a disaster. Yeah, it's essentially an emulator box. It doesn't have any cartridge slot. It doesn't have anything like that. The only games you can get on it are games that you download through the Atari VCS eShop. And it's got some good stuff. It's got some of the Atari emulation stuff on there, obviously. A lot of that stuff is actually free. If you buy the VCS, a lot of the Atari emulation stuff is free. And let's face it, that's all I'm going to be using it for. Because any other games that you can buy on Atari, you can buy on Steam. You could buy on PlayStation. You could buy on Xbox. Some of which you can buy on Switch. You know? Like the Atari Recharge series of games. I just buy them on Switch. I don't need the VCS. It's a good timing to replay Frostpunk. Oh, because it's cold. Right, I see. You're still talking about being cold. Okay. Yeah. So, this was not necessarily a great release. I liked the enthusiasm. I liked what they were going for. I was really excited when they announced that that a new VCS was coming. Unfortunately, it didn't live up to that hype. Atari Recharged. In 2020, Atari launched Atari Recharged, a series of modernized, reimagined versions of Atari classics such as Missile Command, Centipede, Asteroids, and Gravitar for PCs and consoles. And of course, on the Friday, the last day of my birthday week, we played a bunch of these games. We didn't play Missile Command because I suck at it, but there it is, Missile Command. I do like the neon lights on black background sort of look to it. It's got a very retro radar scope sort of look to it, and I really like that. 2600 Homebrew. Once an esoteric and exclusive skill, programming Atari 2600 games became a hobby for programmers who had grown up with the machine. Driven by both challenge and nostalgia, this grassroots community has kept the 2600 supplied with new software for decades, showing no signs of stopping. And we also played that game last week with the ball bouncing through the cylinder. That was an incredible game. I really amazed that that game actually ran on 2600 hardware. It was a beautiful game. Maybe they'll talk about it here, so let's watch this video.
I feel the best Atari games ever made have been made in the last 5 years. Like, I think the homebrew scene is incredible. People have figured out, and it's unfair to compare because the original people had like 5 weeks to make ET or whatever. And now people can take, it's like a hobby, you can take as long as you want, and you have access to like special chips and stuff. But still, they're still working, eventually making carts that you plug into your original Atari 2600 and they run and they're super fun.
Absolutely. See, the thing is, and this is what I was saying when we were watching the very first videos, you know, when we were watching the very first parts of Atari 50, a big element of it was today, it takes years to make a video game. But these guys, when they were making Atari, they were coming up with whole new genres every week. It was very much a case of, in hindsight, what can we today apply to a 2600? What sort of games can we make for the Atari 2600, knowing what we know now about game mechanics, gameplay, quality of life, all those sorts of things? What if we take the idea and the concept of how video games are made today and apply that to the 2600? And you get some amazing games that really push the Atari 2600 to its visual limits, which is amazing. You know, you get images, you get graphics that were just not possible. Not because the console couldn't do it necessarily, but they didn't know that such graphics could exist. They didn't know that that was a thing, you know?
We saw it evolving, and there was a lot of nostalgia involved for that to happen. We loved this particular game system, and it's a great intellectual challenge.
In 2009, I was given a talk in Philadelphia just talking about the game business.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they haven't actually touched on this, but I did notice where it said there.
There was a lot of nostalgia involved for that to happen.
Right.
We loved
I fast forward a little bit.
Game system.
I do this.
And it's a great intellectual challenge.
In 2009,
Halo 2600, right? Ed, I completely forgot about this. I wish I'd mentioned this before. Ed Freeze, this guy here, made Halo. He made a demake of Halo for the Atari 2600. And you can get that for free. He actually made it as a cartridge. You could actually buy the cartridges and play them on a 2600. You can get Halo 2600 online right now. It's completely free. And you can play it. And it's a really good game. It's an idea that, like, no one really thought of at the time, you know? The idea of playing a game, it's not a first-person shooter. It's a top-down, you know, you have a map and you're running around the map shooting. But there's Halo. Halo on the 2600. I love that. That's great. I hope they'll show it.
Given a talk in Philadelphia just talking about the game business and my experience there. And after the talk, somebody came up to me and they said, hey, I just saw this cool book just came out called Racing the Beam. And it's about programming the 2600. And since you mentioned that you worked on the 800.
Okay, so Racing the Beam is a reference to the CRT, cathode ray tube, right? To be able to make the games look more interesting, you could do what was called blanking interval counting. So you could count the lines on a screen, and using the blanking interval, change something in the code that would produce like a different color, or would move graphics at a different rate. So you'd have like a sense of parallax backgrounds. And it could be done in what's called the blanking interval, which is the a piece of code that is it's not really code, I guess. It's analog, you know? It's analog signal that tells the TV, you know, what's going on. It's called the blanking interval, and a lot of consoles used it. If you look up Batman for the Nintendo Entertainment System, you will see an amazing, like a truly amazing use of blanking interval to create a game that looks like it belongs on the Super Nintendo. It is one of the most beautiful 8-bit games ever made. And it uses all of the techniques, all of the tricks, including this. And that's why it's saying, like, racing the beam. Is because you want to count the beam, you want to count the blanking intervals, and then you want to be able to make a change in a flash to make the game look... to make the game look like it's doing something that the console literally cannot do. So that's what that name is a reference to.
About the game business and my experience there. And after the talk, somebody came up to me and they said, hey, I just saw this cool book just came out called Racing the Beam. And it's about programming the 2600. And since you mentioned that you worked on the 800, I thought you might be interested in this book. And I'm like, God, it does sound really interesting.
Back in the old days when I had my Atari 800, I did learn 6502 assembly language, and so I've been messing around and making some of my own Atari games. I'm not ready to make Psychonauts on the Atari yet, but someday I'm going to make Psychonauts on the Atari 2600. Not announcing that yet, but don't tell anyone. But.
What is the point of going back to work on one of these old machines anyway? I mean, to me, the point is I want to know what it was like to be, you know, Todd Fry, you know, and who was, you know, told he has 3 months to write Pac-Man on this terrible machine. Am I a man enough, you know, programmer to be able to do that? Are you a
bad enough dude?
You know, Pac-Man was actually technically quite solid.
It's fun to program for the 2600 because it's unique. It's, you know, 128 bytes, not K, but like bytes of memory.
Yeah.
It's so limited that it helps you edit, you know, and so you can't do everything. You can't imagine an experience and then implement it on the Atari. You have to go the other way around. Like, how many blocks can I move on the screen? Like, how can I turn it into a fun game?
It was very, very hard to squeeze a 128 level game with a, you know, title screen and a boss encounter and all that into 4K of ROM, because that's one of the limitations on the 2600. If you're going to live within the original constraints.
Yeah,
and
the 4K is the original constraints. That's when the Atari 2600 actually dropped, the cartridges were only 4K. By the end, they were going up as high as 32K, if I remember correctly. I think it was 32K, yeah.
I learned a ton about the 2600 along the way. I had a lot of fun. It was a lot of hard work, and I'm proud of the way it turned out.
I think of the homebrew as the hobbyist who wants to see if he can do it, and he makes a game and he makes a few for friends. That has evolved into some actual publishers making Atari 2600 games that are out there.
But there was a guy came on there the other day, and he's like, I just want to say this is the most supportive technical community I have ever been part of. So it is an amazing community and very welcoming to new people. So I would encourage people to do that.
So one of the other things to mention there as well is they're talking about the homebrew scene. The problem with Atari and with like Atari, NES, Super NES, Master System, Sega 1000, you know, wherever you want to whatever it is, you know? The problem with these systems is the fact that you need to flash the game to a cartridge to be able to share it. And he talks about companies that started by making Atari games as a hobby and sharing them amongst their friends. I'm sure that happened. I have no doubt in my mind that that happened. But a lot of companies actually started doing the homebrew stuff for early home micros, like the Sinclair, like the ZX Spectrum, or the Commodore, because these systems used other means. They didn't need a cartridge. So, like the ZX Spectrum, for example, it uses a tape deck. And guess what? You can get tapes anywhere in the 80s. You know? There was... I used to think that there was a race for companies to lose money. Because you go into one store and they'd be like, oh, we got a pack of 10 cassette tapes for like £5. And I'm like, ooh, 10 cassette tapes, £5? That's amazing. And then you go over to another store and it's like, oh, we got a pack of 20 cassette tapes for £5. It's like, oh, hold on a minute. And then you go into the next store, it's like, oh, we got 20 cassette tapes for £3.50. And, you know, it was like a race to the bottom. And that was more the 90s than the 80s. But still, you know, tapes were a thing. They were everywhere. So if you've got a computer like a ZX Spectrum or a Commodore 64 with a tape deck, and you make a quick little game, and you can slot a cassette tape into your tape deck and hit the record button, you could distribute that to anyone. And that was really the starting point, an explosion, if you will, of a lot of small indie developers suddenly becoming huge. People like the Bitmap brothers, like the why do I keep forgetting their name? The twins. Oliver twins. There we go. So, you know, what started as literally guys in their bedrooms making games for the fun of it turned into a massive countrywide, even worldwide distribution effort where people, they would put their ads into gaming magazines and people were like, oh yeah, that looks like a cool little game. I'll call them up, and it's like literally their home phone number. You know, you see an ad in a magazine, someone literally calls them up and is like, hello, is that the Oliver twins? And it's their mother, you know, and their mother's like, oh, I'll call them now. Kids, phone for you. And they'd be like, yeah, oh, you want a copy of Dizzy? Okay, not a problem. Yeah, we'll sort that out. Send £5 in the mail, and we'll send you a copy of Dizzy back. Because that stuff actually happened. It sounds crazy. It sounds bonkers to put, like, your home phone number on an advertisement. But that's what it used to be like. There was no fear of... well, prank calls were a thing, but no, like, swatting. No one was gonna dox you. We didn't have that back then. We just called people up. It was like, yeah, can I get a game? Yeah, that sounds really cool. Send it to this address. And then you just give someone your address over the phone. You're not gonna get that today. The stacks. In 2012, Digital Eclipse's Mike Mika and Kevin Wilson worked with Ready Player One author Ernest Cline to produce The Stacks, an original Atari 2600 game based on the one created by the novel's protagonist. Oh, come on. Can I play this? Can we play this one? I can't. Oh, you can't play this one. Descending the network of metal girders had always reminded me of old platform video games like Donkey Kong or Burger Time. I seized upon this idea a few years earlier when I coded my first Atari 2600 game. A Gunter rite of... Oh, right, okay. A Gunter rite of passage, like a Jedi building his first lightsaber. It was a Pitfall ripoff called The Stacks, where you had to navigate through a vertical maze of trailers collecting junk, computers, snagging food voucher power-ups, and avoiding meth addicts and pedophiles on your way to school. My game was a lot more fun than the real thing. Interesting. That's dark. Damn, okay. Atari's legacy, inspiring Ready Player One. Ernest Cline and Mike Mika discuss how the legacy of Atari inspired Ready Player One, and how the novel itself became an Atari game. Yeah, let's have a little look at this one. This is interesting. The good old days before I was born.
Console war.
Okay, first of all, the dude's got his own DeLorean. Righto.
There was no console war.
No, because there were no consoles. It was just Atari.
In the beginning, there was only Atari.
Yeah.
And the children looked upon it and saw that it was good and bought Atari, and then
Absolutely.
asked for Atari games for every Christmas and birthday. The Easter eggs, finding the Easter
Hey,
eggs
Yow's
in,
Revenge.
Howard's game and Warren's game. You know, those were huge moments for me in my childhood, and my favorite early gaming experiences, especially finding that room in Adventure. You know, that path that everybody, whoever found the Easter egg, follows those clues, and then discovers this, you know, this secret room, this message hidden by the creator of the game, who I didn't even know who he was. And here's his name, and a whole secret room, you know, that most kids who play this game never found. I found this secret place left by the creator, you know, with a message for me. It was profound.
It's kind of like, I would say for like my generation, obviously I played a lot of Atari as a kid, but like if I think about my generation being the main console that defined the sort of games I like to play, that would probably be my SNES. Because I used to play the hell out of Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. It wasn't quite the same, but it's like finding the secret room in A Link to the Past. I once again, because I completely suck at names, I've forgotten the name. What was the name of the guy? Oh my. Secret room, Link to the Past. Chris Houlihan. That's it. The Chris Houlihan room. The enigmatic Chris Houlihan. Because I don't think anyone has actually come forward to say, hi, I'm Chris Houlihan. It's really interesting. You know, Chris Houlihan was supposedly the winner of a competition, and got his name into A Link to the Past, but no one has actually stepped forward in recent years and gone, hi, I'm Chris Houlihan. So, it's very interesting. There's a mystery surrounding the Chris Houlihan room. And a bunch of conspiracy theories as well to suggest that Chris Houlihan never actually existed. I just realized what's blurred out on the side of that DeLorean. There's actually a Ghostbusters logo on the side of the DeLorean. And there's a Ghostbusters power pack on the wall. Interesting. Well, that is also true, Kiko. That is a possibility, but trying not to think like that. It would be interesting if one day Chris Houlihan did stick his hand up and say, "Hi, that's me. I'm the one that won the competition."
And the first time that it ever happened in a video game. And so years later, when I was, I think had the initial idea for Ready Player One, was what if Willy Wonka had been a video game designer? And what if he held his golden ticket contest inside a video game?
Well, that's kind of something else that we've already looked at as well with the Sword Quest series.
Secret Room and Adventure, and how that could be, how he finds his worthy successor, instead of a tour through the factory where he slowly kills off all the children, it could be an Easter egg hunt inside this, sprawling video game, and it could be hidden the way that those Easter eggs were hidden in the Atari games. And so there's no way I ever would have written Ready Player One if I hadn't grown up with an Atari and playing those games and finding those Easter eggs.
Absolutely.
As I was reading through it, there was just so much familiarity in there. It felt like, as I was reading it, that the person who had written it, that I grew up with them. Because some of the names that were in there, some of the locations, some of the references were things that I thought only I knew. And nobody else in the world would understand or appreciate any of it. My literal opening, my email to him, before anything blew up on Ready Player One, my literal opening was just like, we have to know each other because there's things in this book that like only I know. Like, where did we meet before? That was the beginning of our full communication, which led to the stacks.
He read Ready Player One and it spoke to him, and he sent me an email that
Oh
said,
wow,
hey, I
like
make
that.
video games for a living, and your book really spoke to me, and
parallaxing of those buildings in the background, pretty
let
cool.
me know. And I was right in the middle of trying to figure out if I could somehow do a promotional contest for the paperback that mirrored the contest in the novel. I wanted to do some sort of contest with 3 video game challenges and a grand prize.
So I basically want to do a Sword Quest thing. Okay,
because Mike,
interesting.
Made that offer. I took him up on it. I'm like, oh, well, we could make an Atari game that you have to beat as the first challenge, and it could be the game that Wade makes in the novel.
Part of what made the book feel like it was written for me is because of the context around the 2600 rite of passage in there. Because for programmers in the game industry, 2600 is this really difficult platform to develop games for. To get anything to even appear on screen, to get anything to even work correctly, you have to just break your brain and rid it of everything that you understand about how games are developed today and go back to this kind of like primitive, primordial way of coding. And
yeah, you're
so
literally hard coding. I want this pixel to be on the screen in this color.
Game, and it's the stacks. It's based on his life in the stacks, and it's
one by one, pixel by pixel, square by square.
That has you climbing around the stacked trailers, looking for food voucher power-ups and trying to avoid like pedophiles. And it's like a 1-paragraph description of this game. But I sent it to Mike, and he's like, "Oh hell yeah!"
And so I had dabbled over the years with trying to understand 2600 programming. I'd made a couple small games, a couple hacks. So when this kind of came around, it was the perfect excuse to just finally deliver something that was all original and build something from the ground up. Once it started to work, it was completely satisfying. I felt like I had mastered what the greatest engineers in the world have mastered before me, and that I finally had an understanding of it. And to get there, of course, I had to enlist some help. And so that help came in the form of Kevin Wilson, our CTO at Digital Eclipse. I didn't mention this before, but we only had a few weeks to pull this off. So we were not only trying to learn 2600, but we're also given the time frame that basically ET had to try to get this game out the door.
6 weeks.
So we were reliving the worst of Atari's development history all over again, and I savored every second of it.
In our original contest version, all the items are hidden in the same place, which is great because we had people making maps. For like the first time since they were kids, they were making maps of the stacks to remember. So if they died, they could go back and find where the items were. But then they added randomization, and now
I love the animation on that character.
Not to brag, but the stacks is pretty deep and pretty replayable for an Atari game. That's why I think Atari is always going to hold a special place in the hearts of people like me, just because it was, it was the first, and it was, you know, so needed. We were so bored in the late 70s. We needed video games at home so badly. The fact that other better consoles came later is because they saw the giant cultural and economic behemoth that Atari immediately became. Atari created the video game industry, the home video game industry, and everybody that's come since then is, you know, kind of building on what Atari created.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. And it's like that, you know? That they created the Atari. I like to think of it as magic sometimes, you know? They created the Atari, and this is a device which allows them to access the magic, you know? And then once they figured out what they wanted to do with the magic, which was the games, they're like, okay, we can make this device better to make it easier to use magic. And they keep doing this over and over again. It's like, it's like you've got this guy who, in like a fantasy universe, he's just discovered this magic. He's just realized, hang on a minute, I can make this thing, this energy appear in my hand, and I can do things with it. So I need to make a magic wand to be able to direct that energy. So he figures out how to make a magic wand. And then he's like, right, well, I can do this, but I want to do more with the magic. So he learns how to use the wand to make specific magic, and he's like, but I can make that better if I've got a staff. So he throws the wand away and he builds a staff, you know? And he creates this magic staff. He's added crystals to it. He's added all kinds of things to it. And now, all right, now I can use like really good magic. But wait, is there more I can do? And it keeps changing. And that genuinely is how I feel about very early video games. Because it was like, we want to create these worlds. How do we do that? Well, we don't know because we've never done it before. So they had this idea. We want to be able to have an insect man flying around shooting at this weird looking cosmic entity with a shield around it. Okay, how do we do that? No idea. Today, you could remake Yar's Revenge in basically any video game creation studio or application. You could do it like that. It would take you about a week. If that. If you already knew what you were doing, take you about a week. Maybe less. And that's because since the Atari's release, we've developed all these technologies. We've created new magical languages. We've created all these new coding languages. And now we can very easily go to any PC and we can go, well, I want to make a world. Okay, this is how we're going to do it. Because we've created those tools. It really is magnificent. And this, I think this is going to be the end. This is the end. Atari at 50. Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell reflects on his history with the company in a conversation with current Atari CEO Wade Rosen. I think I'm going to let this one just play through.
When we started, video games were almost considered to be a bastardization of this wonderful technology. Why are you using it for fun when you could be creating missiles? I think we stood for innovation, and also we were the genesis story of the video game, which is kind of important. So I think you always have a hallowed position when you're the first.
Yeah.
When we chose the Fuji logo, I wanted to be an upward swoosh. And I think that if you look at the Atari logo, it's a collective, it's aspirational, just in the nature of the graphic. Also, Atari I lifted it from the Game & Go. So it's a game word. But I
really?
realized that it also means bullseye. Right. It also means jackpot. So, you know, it's got this affirmative. In fact, I was talking to a Japanese guy one time, and he says, very good name, Atari. Perhaps a bit boastful for Japanese.
You're like, spot on for Americans.
Spot on for Americans. Yeah. One of the ethos of
Okay.
Atari was work hard, play hard. So we always had games, not just...
Okay, that's really interesting because I'd always heard the story, and I've heard Nolan Bushnell telling it as well, that Atari doesn't really mean anything, or it didn't really mean anything. And it was only after the fact that they realized that it did actually mean something, that it was supposedly a word that they wanted to use because it sounded Japanese. It wasn't that it was Japanese, that it sounded Japanese. And that would appeal to the Japanese electronics market. Because there was a lot of good electronics coming out of Japan at the time. And they were hoping that they'd be able to sell Atari in Japan. But also, people who had been looking at things like Mitsubishi, you know, people who've been looking at Toyota, you know, all of these Atari names have become household names in America since the 70s, well, since the 60s, and it was, and Sony was another one as well, I guess. I think that may have been a bit later though. And the idea of, oh, it sounds Japanese, means that people will go, ooh, you know what? I've got a Japanese rice cooker, and it's really, you know, it's good quality. I've got a Japanese TV, and that's really good quality. I've got a Toshiba. I've got a... my car is a Mitsubishi. Or a Honda. And they're like, oh, Atari. Okay. That might be good quality as well. You know, there's that unconscious connection between words. I said I was going to let this one play all the way through, but I realized I do need to actually stop it because this needs to be transformative. I can't just let it play. As much as I would love to just let Nolan Bushnell just talk, and I'd love to listen, I do have to stop it, unfortunately.
Perhaps a bit boastful for Japanese.
But I like that it means all of these things like bullseye, jackpot, perfect. What a word! What a beautiful word, and it means so good for Atari.
We always had games, not just Atari games, but foosball and pool tables in the snack rooms and what have you. What that said was, we don't care when you come to work. If you come to work, get your job done, we're okay. We're all adults here.
Yeah.
And we don't care how you come to work. You want to wear tennis shorts and blue jeans? Do you want to wear a tuxedo? We don't care.
Good.
We had one guy that
I love
liked to wear
that.
ball gowns, but that's another story.
Like to wear ball gowns. Okay.
Stories though about how
very progressive company.
People who copied me.
Oh please. All right. Love to hear that.
Okay. Atari started by building games that you could do in a garage shop. You know, so anybody that had a garage shop could copy us, and so. Of the 150,000 estimated Pong-type games that were created, Atari only shipped 30,000 of them. So we got less than a fifth of our market.
Right.
You know? And so as we innovated, people would start copying us. And I thought, I'm going to get them. So I had our semiconductor suppliers. We were a kind of a big deal in the semiconductor industry because they were selling a lot to the military and that sort of thing, but they'd sell 20 or 100 chips. We were buying thousands.
Right.
And so I had them mismark the chips. so that we had
that you guys were using.
Oh.
So if somebody tried to reverse engineer it.
So
wow.
if they reversed engineer it and just bought off the shelf,
Oh no, it would never work.
Populate the board and they wouldn't work.
Did you ever hear of anybody doing that?
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
We had one company that basically declared bankruptcy because they had a whole floor full of machines that they worked because they were hurrying to do it.
Oh man!
And we had the temerity to have a champagne party on their front lawn.
Do you know what? I kind of like that.
We invited them, of course.
We invited them.
What do you think Atari's role is?
Amazing.
Not
I
just in
love
video
that.
games, but in popular culture today.
Well, I think that Atari has an unassailable role as being the Genesis story.
Absolutely.
I believe that it is understood by a lot that it succeeded because of creativity.
Unabashed creativity. That's the important thing. It succeeded because of unabashed creativity. They, like he said, we didn't care when you worked. We didn't care when you turned up for work, how you turned up for work, how you were dressed, what you looked like, how much you've been smoking, all that stuff. So long as you did the work. So long as you were an adult about it. You know, we knew that if you had long hair and apparently wore a ball gown, you would still do the work. And everyone did because they loved the work. Everyone did because they loved the creativity, the creative process, the coming together, this interchange and exchange of ideas that resulted in the creation of an industry, the creation of many genres of video games, and yeah, the creation of games themselves. And it was so... people were so capable of doing that because it was a free flow of creativity. As more I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that in regards to our community as well. But we'll continue this on for a moment.
An unassailable role as being the Genesis story.
Yes, they will always be the first. No matter how many come after, no matter who's last, Atari will always be first.
Succeeded because of creativity. 30 of those years, it was kind of in hands that were not kind to it.
Agreed.
Don't say anything bad.
Yes. It was in the hands of Warner. And while I will say, like, I'm a big fan of Jack Tramiel. Like, he is literally a rags to riches story, and I love his like his entire journey, going from, like I was saying earlier, from being a typewriter repairman to creating the Commodore, in a shop called Commodore Typewriters, to becoming Commodore, the computer company Commodore, and then selling Commodore and waltzing into Warner like it was nothing, dropping a stack of cash and his dick on the table and said, I'm buying Atari. And Warner like, yeah, you are. You know? I love that story. The problem is that I don't think Jack or even Sam, and Sam Tramiel was another wonderful man who I think understood gaming from a certain perspective, but maybe not the full extent, you know, of running a company. Not a video game company, at very least. So, unfortunately, maybe I would say that they were the wrong hands, but not necessarily malicious hands. You know? Whereas Warner was absolutely malicious. allegedly, in Minecraft. And I'm not entirely sure Infogrames. I don't think Infogrames were necessarily the best custodians of Atari for a while, but they seem to be doing a good job now. I feel like that respect and reverence has come back. And they're like, okay, hang on a minute. If we're gonna do this, we can't just change our name and call ourselves Atari. We need to show all due respect to the brand that came before us. And I feel like that's what they're doing. I feel like the Atari 2600 Plus is a great example of them saying, no, we need to understand where we came from before we move forward. We need to know the names of the giants whose backs we walk on. And whose footsteps we will never truly fill. But we can try. And it starts by paying respect to those giants.
I think that pieces of the brand were damaged. Not irrevocably, but it could have been husbanded better.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Right now, I think that it would be good to...
Hey, Random, how are you doing today?
Take the innovation legacy and push it forward into the future.
Do you know what? I wonder... Okay, hold on. I'm wondering if this conversation is what sparked the idea for the 2600 Plus. Because if Nolan Bushnell is talking to the current CEO and saying you need to take that innovation legacy and push that into the future, and they've gone, okay, we're going back to the beginning. We're going to start where they started. And they've released the 2600 Plus. That wouldn't surprise me. And that would be that respect that I was talking about. Here is your giant, ladies and gentlemen. Nolan Bushnell. Here is your giant. And if they are showing him the respect he deserves, that would explain this conversation may have been the cause of the 2600 Plus. That's a really amazing thing to consider. Game over? 50 years later, Atari fans won't let its story come to an end. Absolutely not. Never will. Never will. Not only does their passion for the classic games continue, and it will every single year on this channel. For my birthday, the week of my birthday will be Atari Week. Every single year. I will force you to enjoy those classic games with me. Every single year it's gonna happen. Especially now that I've got the 2600 Plus. Until that thing burns out, we are playing Atari games every single year for my birthday. Alright? Not only does their passion for classic games continue, but they're constantly creating new games and experiences for classic Atari hardware. Here's to the next 50 years. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Atari 50. You are now up to date. You are now caught up on the 50-year history of the company that started video games. The company that made that we love so very much happen. Take a moment. Take a moment to consider the people, the years, the experiences, the consoles, the computers. Consider Ed Freeze, Nolan Bushnell, Jack and Sam Tramiel, Howard Scott Warshaw, and everyone, Mintner, Fiura, everyone who sat down in front of a computer and said to themselves, how the bloody hell do I make this pixel move? Because it all started here. The Japanese, seeing as Atari is apparently a Japanese word. The Japanese, I've mentioned various Japanese concepts throughout the entirety of this one, like taking broken things and inlaying them with gold to fix them, but also accentuate that break, to show the movement in time that things change. The Atari people, no, the Japanese people have a very simple concept, and you've probably heard it. In fact, you've probably heard it more often than you realize. And this concept is itadakimasu. Itadakimasu does not mean thank you for the food. It doesn't mean now we're gonna eat, like so many English translations would have you believe. Itadakimasu is a concept. And it starts with thank you for making the food that is before me. Thank you to the supermarkets that stored the food. Thank you to the people that put the food in the packets. Thank you to the farmers who grew the food. Thank you to the people who nurtured the farmers. And thank you to the earth that brought forth nourishment. Itadakimasu is a concept of true, thoughtful, and deep appreciation for not just the food, but the entire process up until this moment where you get to enjoy it. So, when you're playing a game today or tomorrow, when you're playing Stardew Valley, when you're playing Monster Hunter, when you're playing Holocure, when you're playing Fortnite, when you're playing Minecraft, wait for Tim to respond. When you're playing Doom, when you're playing Tears of the Kingdom, itadakimasu. And with that, we bring Atari 50 to a close. Thank you everyone who has joined me on this amazing journey through a 50-year history to explore it in a way that you just simply couldn't do it any other way, could you? How best to tell the history of the first video game than through a video game? Through an interactive documentary that step by step not only tells us how these things happened, but interviews the people and allows us to play those games alongside it. This is truly without a doubt, my favorite documentary I have ever seen. And I am quite the fan of documentaries. I am actually really boring. Thank you, Atari. Thank you, Nolan Bushnell. Thank you to everyone who made this industry, who made these who created the seed that became so many worlds. At the end of Neverending Story, I don't want to spoil it, but at the end of Neverending Story, there's a single grain of silver sand. And you're told that if you believe with your imagination that that single grain of sand can become the Silver City again. If you haven't seen Neverending Story, like, go watch it, like, right now, okay? And that single grain of sand was Atari. And now I've got literally hundreds of games all around me. Amazing. It's truly wonderful. Just noticed that Iron streams don't have the stupid little heart thing. No, I turned that off. Yeah, I turned that one off. I'm not boring? Are you sure? Okay. I'm going to take us over to the chatting screen now. And we're going to finish this off for this evening. I don't just have Atari to thank for being here today. Obviously, it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it because I should, and because it's right. Thank you to everyone who has been here with me for this amazing experience. Thank you for taking an interest, and thank you so much for indulging an age-addled man who just wants to talk about Atari for a few weeks. Thank you for being here and going through this with me. And if you haven't seen it all, I do recommend going back. And I don't just mean that. I'm not just telling you to go back and watch the other Atari 50 videos because I want views. That is a large part of it, but also because I think that there's something that we can all explore and come to understand, and something we can learn. So I do recommend that you go back if you haven't watched them already, to watch them now, or perhaps watch them again. It's been a hell of a ride, and I'm so glad that I've done this. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, so a big thank you to everyone for indulging me. But I'm really glad I did this. That's alright, Fructose. I'm very happy to do it. Boy, do I like to talk. As you fully well know, after living here for a few weeks. It's always fun to listen and watch someone who's passionate about something. I'm glad that you... I always get self-conscious. I'm not gonna turn this into a whole thing, but I do get self-conscious. I have a strong sense of I'm gonna do something because I want to do it. But at the same time, if no one is watching, or there are very few people watching, or no one, not many people commenting, sometimes I get self-conscious and like, oh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should play something else. Maybe I should play Fortnite and just get some attention. There's that little voice in the back of my head saying, go play Minecraft. Play some Fortnite. Play the game that everyone loves at the moment. Do it for the views. I hate that voice. I wish it would shut up. But I'm glad I pushed through, and I'm glad that I did all of this because it was worth it. Even if it's just worth it for the 5 or 6 of us that have actually been here the whole time and watched through the whole thing together. That's enough. That's good enough. I'm happy to have done it for that reason alone. Hell, if it was literally just me talking into the void with one guy at the back being like, hi, then that would be enough. I hope that you guys have learned something from these videos, and I hope you've acquired an appreciation for just the sheer amount of work that went into this old console. How the hell do I move this pixel across the screen? That is the quote of Atari 50, I think. How the hell do I move this pixel across the screen? Look at all the pixels that are currently moving on my screen right now. Look at the little arrow that's bouncing back and forth. Look at the words that are scrolling up in the map on the left. Look at the pixels bouncing up and down in the media player. And for Ed Freeze, it was, how the bloody hell do I get Pac-Man to go from left to right? Well, it's getting late. The sun is down. There's a chill in the air. Though I think that's just my aircon. Our story is told. And I hope that you've taken something from it. And I said I wanted to talk about this, so I'm going to do so very briefly. The Gilded community is taking strides towards being a creative community. I can see myself having to rebuild or design how the Gilded server is actually being run very, very soon. Because we are taking creative strides towards making games, towards making creative content like stories and comics. And I want you to take away the philosophy of Atari when we go back to the Gilded, where this conversation will continue when the stream is long over. Take that philosophy back. The idea of going in and like, I've got a really dumb idea. What do you think? You know? I've got this idea. I want to move this pixel in this direction. We've never done that before. I want that philosophy in the Gilded. I want us to come to the Gilded and be like, I've got a ridiculous idea, and I think we can do it. I'm gonna need at least 3 rolls of duct tape a PC from 1993, and 6 copies of Doom. Also, like 3 2-liter bottles of Mountain Dew, and an entire box of Twinkies. Right? Gonna need to get all of that together, and probably a massive amount of herb. So we can come up with all kinds of weird, crazy stuff. Things that we shouldn't be able to consider. I want us writing stories in directions that no one has even heard of. And so with that one, I want to extend an invitation to everyone who is here, everyone who is here in the stream, everyone who is watching in the VOD crew. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys as well. I'm extending this invitation to you all. Come and join us on the Gilded. You'll find a link in the description just down below. And that is truly where the conversation continues when the stream finishes. So please, come join us. Be a part of this group. These amazing people that are coming together, that want to do creative things together, that want to go beyond playing games and become the wizards. You know? Be a part of that with us, because this is going to be fun. I think this community has got an amazing direction. And I don't think I would have done it. I wouldn't have thought of it if it wasn't for you guys. If it wasn't for some of the games that we've been playing. If it wasn't for Final Fantasy Renaissance. If it wasn't for Athero, who is making a mod for us. I may be able to draw pretty pixels, but Athero is putting things together for us. You guys are coming up with stories. I'm so looking forward to this. This is going to be amazing. And Iron is a master of stretching out sentences. I am. That is true. That is absolutely true. I will keep talking for hours. So, with that in mind, I'm going to say thank you to Random YouTube Dude, but for everyone else, I'm sure you're going to want to blame him. I am going to cut this off right here, right now. And thank you all for coming today. As always, be good to yourselves. Be excellent to each other. Play more video games. Play more Atari games. And until next I see you, I wish you all peace and the highest of scores. Good night, everyone.